shit, my light shit up. My lighting! My precious lighting! Ah! Now it's dark. That's a little better. Yeah. There we go. Apply. Close. Music. Wrong place music is coming out, fucker. Thank you. Hey, what's up, everybody? Where's the chat? I'm a mess. Alright, you know the drill. It's Friday, it's long chat day. We'll see what we see. And we're just going to wait and chit-chat, relax until people get in before we get started on our topics today. I hope everybody is having a lovely Friday. I forgot to close my closet. I don't want you to see the pile of bedding I stashed in there because I don't want to make my bed. That's where you hide the stash of what? Mint! Hey, Cassidy, good to see you. And Tyler, good to see you. And Angelica, good to see you. No stashing mint in the closet. I actually like the plant mint. Like, it's actually a nice plant. Like, I'm not gonna sit and consume it, but it's nice to, it's nice looking, it's nice smelling. There's a plant called chocolate mint that actually smells like a chocolate mint. It's also a very pretty plant. You should look it up. I forgot about the chat, thank you. I'm forgetting all sorts of things. I was like getting started earlier to go live, but suddenly the neighbors are like, we're gonna do lots of yard work, very noisy yard work, and I'm like, thank you, I appreciate that. Not. Mint in the chat, mint in the chat. Relax with the mint. We're just getting started. I do not have enough root beer. I'm sad. Or Jewel Pod. Hold on, I'm sending a text. Hides junior mints. Hey, Katrina. You can have your junior mints. Junior mints I like. Because it's an actual mint. It's not a mint-infused dessert. It's an actual, like, chocolate mint. We got a lot of stuff to watch today. We're definitely not going to get bored. We got the rest of the Underlying Lies of Matt Walsh. We got drama. Let's see. A whole bunch of stuff coming out about Steven Crowder I want to cover. I want to touch base with Tucker Carlson because he just got canned. There's a really cool video about like some guy that tricked the Daily Wire into hiring him and he's a leftist. And then if we have any time, we might get into Jake Paul. I'm undecided, though, on that. I just kind of tagged it on recently to the tab line. Tarot reading? Perhaps. Perhaps, but I'd like to wait for more people to get in here. We can definitely draw some cards of the day. Everybody have a good week. Anybody do anything exciting? Mow the grass, yeah, that's very exciting. Hey, Kim. I was trying to update the credits at the end for members and patrons, but I was running into some trouble, so I actually just have something plain for this week, but I will get that fixed for next week. I think 420 was last week, which was just like a normal day of smoking weed for me. Not really different from what I do any other day. This music is like still so cool. I'm definitely not sick of this yet. You got some extra thing. Kim says we got some extra things like edibles and stuff that you normally don't get. I don't normally fuck with edibles either. I don't know. It's like a novelty. It's like, oh, an edible. I'm never like, I need edibles. Seriously, this music is dope. I love it. It's interesting. I feel like I never feel anything with edibles. It's like, like you take one and people are like, don't you feel it? It's like, no, because I'm smoking regular ass weed too. So I don't know what is what. I don't know what the fuck is with my hair today. It's gonna drive me nuts all day. All right, we'll just wait for some more people to get in and then go back because last week we're pretty much halfway through the unending lies of Matt Walsh, which is very good. I don't know if you guys remembered from that. We'll probably backtrack just a little bit, but you can pretty much just keep diving into it. Of course, you can always watch it by yourself, especially if you want to watch it without the commentary that I give on top of it. Well, hello, Antichrist Superstar, who says, saw me on Morg's stream. That's awesome. Welcome. How is it? How's the transition going? Well. Hey, Mark, good to see you. You can see a line on my face where, like, I'm sunburned, like, from here down, and, like, right here is where I wore a bandana today, or a headband, because I went outside for a while. I'm really, like, eager to get back to finishing this Matt Walsh thing, because it's a really fucking good breakdown. Not the sun. I love the sun. I probably should have worn sunscreen, but I couldn't find any. It's got to be somewhere in my house. Let's see. I'm on the fence. Should we start finishing the lies of Matt Walsh, or should we wait a little bit longer? Matt Walsh is a piece of work. Should we get to it, or should we wait? I feel like people, like, come in when we start watching stuff. Yeah, I feel like if I just sit here and say, we'll wait, like, but then the moment I start watching something, then people are like, oh my goodness, there's things. So. Hey, Pooks, good to see you. So if you missed last week, we started watching this really long unfolding of what Matt Walsh does by Jessie Gender. So if you're just jumping into it with us today, it's probably going to be a lot to jump into because we literally are in the middle of it. So if you're somebody that can just go with the flow and just like pick up somewhere, hopefully that'll work out with you. If not, then I suggest maybe going and watching the replay that we did last week. But this is a part 2. Where is my... I had like a thing to blow my nose on. Hold on. Okay, kids. Okay, kids. I've never called you kids ever. That's funny. Satan Con. No, I didn't even know there was a Satan Con. Beep, boop, boop. Oh. I gotta be, like, paying attention to what I'm doing today and not do like I did that one time where I'm just, like... I just, like, deliberately, like, pushed, like, the end stream. But I did it, like, subconsciously. But I was like, oh, click, and the stream ended. That was funny. It was, like, accidentally, like, throwing something in the garbage you don't want to, you know? But it's, like, too late. I'm fine with kids. Don't call you the M word. What's the M word? I don't know what is the M word. Married? Don't ever call me that. Oh, mint. Basically, Jessie Gender is breaking down Matt Walsh's "What Is a Woman" documentary thing, like, very meticulously. And we're actually gonna get into, like, what is a woman, which Matt Walsh is making it, like, just so miserable for everybody. And he's still, like, if he's, like, not doing well in an argument, he'll just whip that out, like, randomly, like, what is a woman? And then think that that's an own or, like, a mic drop moment. It's okay, Cassidy. Here, mint is a curse word. Okay. You can... the chat will tell you about it. It's been a while. Matt should never whip it. Yes. Don't worry. Some of these main, right-wing mainstream media people, they're coming down, which is why I'm kind of excited to, like... Well, not super excited because it actually sucks. There's this shit going on with Steven Crowder. And I also want to talk about what's going on with Tucker Carlson. And then I want to watch the thing where the kid actually tricks the Daily Wire into hiring him and he's a leftist. It's really funny. Alright, let's do this, kids. So we just finished the section last week, the dangers of surgery. Because Matt Walsh likes to, for some reason, imagine that kids are getting surgeries. Yes! I know, it's so... God, the drama today in this circle, like, circle of just Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, Tucker Carlson, and, like, Ben Shapiro and all this stuff. Like, the drama lately is just beautiful. Alright, we'll backtrack it just... Maybe we'll backtrack it... Yeah, we'll backtrack it to the dangers of surgery.
At this point in the film, we meet Scott Nugent, the founder of Trey Voices. If Trey Voices sounds familiar to you, I actually did a whole video on them with my Buck Angel discussion. Go check out...
By the way, yes, Jessie Gender is wearing, like, a fake Matt Walsh beard, like, on purpose.
that video for more information. However, even under this transmedical belief, Buck Angel, along with Scott Nugent and others at Trey Voices and other transmedicalists, also believe that they aren't really even men even after their surgeries or what they've done to transition. Something Scott alludes to in the film.
I'm a biological woman that medically transitioned to appear like a male through synthetic hormones and surgery. I will never be a man. Is it transphobic for me to tell the truth?
This underscores the misunderstanding that many transmedicalists have between the difference between sex plus biology and gender plus social constructions. But as I outlined in my other video, both Scott and Buck signed a letter a year or so ago disowning trans women as dangerous and trying to harm the children, and allying themselves with many TERFs. But if you want to know more about that specific brand of shittiness, I will point you again back towards that video I did on it. The overall point, though, that you need to know for this video is that Scott isn't exactly an unbiased voice in this discussion. Scott Nugent is another person that many conservatives like to bring out to prop up their narratives. He's another pick-me trans person willing to sell out his community in order to get better treatment from conservatives around him who will never actually view him as valid anyways.
There is a lot, not a lot, but there's trans people that will essentially cater to the more normative cis crowd. And as Jessie said, she says, it's like a pick me situation, because it's like, in a way, you kind of don't really accept yourself. And if you feel like if you cater to these people and you sort of feed them what they want to hear, then that just kind of like grants you asylum in sort of a way, and that you won't face like the scrutiny or the backlash or the transphobia, because they'll be like, oh, like pat you on the head, like, oh, you're like the good trans, you're the good trans that understands that you're crazy, which is where it's a problem. There are trans people who are transphobic themselves. Kim Drew the Line says, love Buck Angel, don't want to make you hate Buck Angel, but Buck Angel is one of those. That's pretty transphobic despite being trans themselves. Yes, Hyperion Frequency, you made it. We are just picking up where we left off last week, and we're even backtracking just a little bit. Just to, like, go over that, just a little section. But we're pretty much, like, picking up where we left off. Yeah, they're like, it's not a thing where, like, if you're trans, you're just, like, very open and understanding about it. There are transphobic trans people. What's her face? Blair White, I think, is one. And they said, Blair White, she sells well. Her content sells well because she's the trans woman that says all the things that right-wing conservatives love to hear. Like, she's, I don't know, it's kind of selling out, man.
However, in What is a Woman, like Buck Angel, Scott is shown to be a trans medicalist who sought surgeries for his transition, including a double vasectomy and a phalloplasty. However, he also, on top of all of those, mentions that he's had a bunch of other ones that, to me, though I don't know his history, sound like they're not for trans-related health care at all.
Tell me about the procedures that you had.
I've had 7 surgeries. I've had 1 stress heart attack. I've had a helicopter life ride with a pulmonary embolism. I've had 17 rounds of antibiotics. I had 6 inches of hair on the inside of my urethra for 17 months.
Honestly, I don't know anything about Dylan Mulvaney. Like, so I have no idea. Yeah, that's like Blair White saying things like she says that she can pass for a woman because her transition went really well. She's very passable, but it doesn't work that way for everyone, and that's like her thing. She's very much in the, if you can't pass, if you don't look perfectly like the other sex, then you shouldn't bother, or, you know, you shouldn't be bothered if people treat you negatively. She also tried to have, like, a debate with Ben Shapiro about it, and it was just really funny. It's just so sad. Like, she tries to, like, be an ally in that sense to the right-wing conservative. But, yeah, she makes a lot of money in what she does. She gets a lot of views because all of her views are by conservatives who just want to see the one pretty trans girl explain how trans people are, like, actually full of shit. But she's the queen, apparently. I do not like her.
Me, including the doctor that did this to me because I lost my insurance.
So I'm not entirely sure why he brings them up in this context. I mean, I know the actual reason because he's being disingenuous, but if we were taking him at face value, I don't know why he would bring these up. Unfortunately, and I do mean that sincerely, Scott's many surgeries did have complications, leading to him having lifelong health problems and infections regularly, something he brings up in the film.
I get infections every 3 to 4 months. I'm probably not going to live very long.
But then he uses his story to then claim that 67% of gender-affirming surgeries come with complication risks.
In a surgery that has a 67% complication rate, that will kill me.
Which I couldn't find that statistic anywhere.
Wait a minute. Complication? A 60% complication rate. Complication does not equate to death. So that's a really weird way to be like, complication that will kill me. I mean, even being a vapor, I have a high rate of health complications, to which some can be death, but not all of it. Like, that doesn't make sense to describe anything, really. I mean, unless you're driving off a cliff with a bunch of loose rattlesnakes and a bunch of fireworks going off and shooting yourself in the head at the same time. Okay, maybe I shouldn't describe that so quick, but you know what I mean? Then yeah, that's gonna be a complication. That means death! Guaranteed. Probably should not describe things like that. I gotta forget. There are some sensitivities, honestly. Like, I think if it wasn't for YouTube sensitivities, I would be swearing a heck of a lot more. A heck of a lot more. Hell of a lot more. No, I think like there's like one word you can't say, like, very like specifically, and it's like the C word, the derogatory C word that you usually refer to women as. Yeah, the see you next Tuesday. You cannot say that. Are we worshiping snakes in this church? No, I mean, I've got a rattlesnake, but I ain't fucking touching it. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that here. We're not a church either. But if we were, we wouldn't do that.
You could state that, like...
The Church of... I don't know. Church of... What is this? The Church of Friday Chat? The Church of Friday Chat, where we do not dance with snakes. Don't run from the Lord! I got snake emojis too. Why don't we throw up some snake emojis? Mine are brown. Morgue snakes are more aesthetic, I'd say, like, because mine are brown, but mine are anatomically correct. So I got that going for me. But I like Morgues better, I gotta say. I do like mine.
Every surgery has some form of complication risk, and that's where he's, like, pulling that number from. But in terms of, like, specific life-altering and dangerous risks...
Yeah, like, mine's actually, like, little tiny shrinked up, like, photos of my actual rattlesnake. Wait, what phrase? Don't run from the Lord! Yeah, there's this just... I can't remember. I think it's, like, this random, like... I wonder if I can find it. Like, it's like at least my favorite thing is, like, the guy who's, like, chasing the lizards. I think that might be the original one. Run from the Lord. But it's like a soundbite that people put on, like, over everything. Lizards. I might have to, like... There we go. Yeah, it's this. At least for me, it's this. This is where I get it from.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Hey, don't run from the Lord!
I'm sorry, like, if I saw a bunch of lizards like that, I would totally fucking chase them.
Sir.
Just like this.
Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
Look at all those goobers.
From the Lord.
All those fucking goobers out there laying in the sun. Dude, I do not like iguanas. I am, like, biased. Like, not biased, judgmental. Like, I love a lot of reptiles, but I fucking hate iguanas. Except for Galapagos Island iguanas, like the big fat sea iguanas. Those are cool. But just run-of-the-mill, like, those that we saw, those are just, like, they're like fucking pigeons or something. They're, like, just vermin. It's, like, they're all up in your, like, garbages and garbages and, like, gardens, eating your produce. You have to, like, cover your garden with net. Same thing with, like, bearded dragons in Australia. Like, those things, like, are all up in people's gardens. Just imagine, like, coming out to, like, harvest your cabbage and, like, there's just some fucking, like, monster just nom 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 nom. Just eating your shit. I like little lizards, like little fence lizards and stuff. Blue-footed boobies. Rodent lizards, they are! Iguanas like that? Yeah, in a whole big pile. Don't run from the Lord! Alright, back to this. We may be easily distracted today, my friends. Hey, Kate! Did you come in? Oh, there you are. Did you come in earlier and say hi and I missed you? I think you did. I missed you. I'm not... Hi! And Cassie! Holy shit. Going on a date shortly. Ooh, Cassie's going on a date. Ooh. Ooh la la. Biting insects. Yeah, I don't mind lizards. I wish kind of like I like lived in a way like in Hawaii where you have like just like little geckos like all around your house. Like that'd be cool. Just a natural population of geckos. You just have to vacuum up their poop. Your first live! That's awesome. We have long Friday night chats, so come and go as you please. The house. Oh, cats, yeah. Cats and lizards. Not really the greatest pair.
I could not find a number that high. One 2017 study found a 31.5% chance of urethral complications for phalloplasty, and double mastectomies have a 12% complication rate. But despite those numbers being publicly available, Scott states that none of those percentages were told to him beforehand.
Was there any real discussion of the risks and the side effects? And
No.
Which
How?
I have to call bullshit on. Now, maybe Scott is being truthful here and saying, like, look, no one told me anything about these complications before my surgeries. I wasn't in with his doctor or his surgeon or anything like that, so I can't tell you for sure whether that is true. But for me, I sit in front of you as a trans woman who has had 3 major transition-related surgeries, one of which I had literally less than 2 months before the filming of this video. I've had vaginoplasty, breast augmentation, as you can see, and facial harmonization surgery. Like, quite literally, you can still see the scar up on my forehead. It looks pretty badass. One might even say that I'm pretty metal for doing so. I mean, I literally had my dick split open, so, I'm metal as fuck. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm not actually metal, I'm just a giant dork, but come on, I got my penis turned inside out. How is that not some form of, like, street cred? Like, I want to go up to, like, a 1940s style gangster and be like, yeah, so you took a bullet? Well, I had my penis literally turned inside out, so, talk to me, boss man, when you're as, tough as I am. You may be a made man, but I ain't made woman. God, that was dumb. Anyways, but you see, this scar up here was something I was told I would have before my surgery. In fact, before every single one of the surgeries that I've had several meetings with my surgeon, therapists, nurses, and doctors who worked for the surgeon where we went over the surgeries. During these meetings, they told me all the possible complications I could have from my surgeries. For example, for my vaginoplasty, I might have possibly lost the ability to orgasm, though thank God I did not lose that, because, what would I do when I was bored? I was also told, for example, that I had a 3% chance of prolapse. And for all of these surgeries, because they are surgeries, I was told that I had a non-zero opportunity of death. It can happen. Every surgery carries risk, especially a risk of death, but there's also so much to gain. It's a balance and risk assessment for every single person, trans or not, who gets the surgery. And it also mixes with your own health complications as well, like how old you are and other health things that are going on in your life. I mean, for example, some cosmetic plastic surgeries have a higher complication rate than my breast augmentation did. Breast augmentation was something that really just gave me a new lease on life and made me feel more comfortable in my body. Yet it did have a complication risk with it. So pretty much no trans person is going into these surgeries fully blind, having no idea of what the possible risks are. And unfortunately, because these are surgeries, there are some people that do experience lifelong problems as a result, and that sucks. But that doesn't mean that you outlaw all these surgeries. It's just an argument to make them better. So what Scott is saying is either bullshit, or Scott had a bad surgeon, which, if was the case, is not an argument against surgery or trans healthcare, but for more and better funded and better understood trans care. But instead, Matt gets...
And this is the problem I have with right-wing conservatives and people like Matt Walsh sort of purposefully grabbing in and tokenizing like trans people who have had bad experiences and that think closest to them, and use that to try to represent the entire rest of the trans population. They're just taking this one thing, and you'll find a few, but it's like blown up so much. There's just really not this much large of a percentage of trans people having regrets, being this bitter, thinking this is dangerous, this, that, and the other.
It's not the sad music violin for Scott's segment as Scott cries about his surgeries.
I have 3 kids. At the age that they're doing this to kids. I'm not transphobic. I love my kids, and I love other people's kids, and you should too.
Again,
what a weird thing to put, like, what a weird thing to be like, I love my kids, I'm not transphobic, I love my kids. You should love yours too. That just... It just doesn't say... I'm not saying, like, look, his experience is valid. You know, his feelings and thoughts or whatever are his own, whatever, have them. But it's just... what bugs me is mostly Matt Walsh capitalizing on this. Like, Matt Walsh is like, oh, a perfect candidate to show people that this is a terrible idea. And then just kind of, yeah, it's the weird association between loving kids and, like, not being transphobic, but if you have to say you're not transphobic, like, I don't know. It's like when people say, I'm not racist.
Manipulating the audience into pity for Scott, because condescending pity for a trans person willing to sell out his community is the closest empathetic emotion that this film will allow us to feel for any trans person. But Scott's horrific experience is not indicative of most trans people, and his misguided attempt to save others from his fate is being weaponized by Matt Walsh. That being said though, one good point that Scott does bring up is how much it cost him to get surgeries.
We have 5 children's
They are
hospitals
expensive.
in the United States telling girls that they can be boys at 70.
Stop it. God, stop it, dude. That's not... It makes it sound like... He makes it sound like all girls, all of them, are being put into a room. Somebody's coming in there and being like, you can be a boy. Be a boy today. Be one now. It's awesome. Do it immediately. And, like, convincing them to do that. That's what they're making it sound like. It's such a weird generalization. It's just not even... It doesn't even make sense. That's not what's happening. What's wrong with their hand? A lot of bottom surgery methods for trans men involves removing skin from your arm, and that can lead to a lot of, like, scarring. They take the skin from the arm to construct the equipment they need, if you catch my drift. So, like, they'll have, like, a scar like that on their arm. So that's why he's like, look at my scar! They're telling girls they can do this! It's like, this is, like, purposefully creating, like, a very dramatic sort of, like, way to think about it. It's really taking the emotional route. Look, he's entitled to his emotions. He can feel how he feels. That's fine. It's valid. With his experiences, how he feels about him, that's valid. But taking your emotions and your experience and trying to put it and wash it over the rest of the trans community and trans children as if they're gonna have like your experience too. That doesn't make sense. Is it potential that they could have a bad experience and there are people who detransition and stuff? Yes, it happens. But the percentage, it's like a percentage of a percentage that actually regret it and detransition that for that reason. Rest of the most of the detransitioners do it temporarily, or they want to live in stealth because like they're afraid of like scrutiny, or like it's expensive. It's expensive. It's just it to have surgeries is fucking expensive for anyone.
$1,000 a pop.
But he uses that to imply that
What, for each ball?
pushed on him to
Sorry.
make corporations money. We'll get to that part, but he does have a good point. Why are trans surgeries so expensive, cost so much, and are often not covered under insurance despite being life-saving in many cases? Why do I, for example, have to pay so much for therapists, surgeons, doctors, and insurance just to get necessary medical care? The answer is, number one, many trans people's healthcare is not as well researched, understood, or deemed as necessary as other people's healthcare. And two, the over-corporatization of our healthcare system in general. Many people's healthcare that is life-saving is often price gouged and not covered by insurance, not just trans people. So instead of investigating why trans people are price gouged for critical surgeries, as well as how trans healthcare has been so vilified that it's rarely even covered in our over-privatized and commodified medical system, he instead leaves the implication on the table so that his audience can chalk it up to that mysterious power hidden group in the background that he's been implying all film. This idea that there's some cabal trying to make money behind the scenes off of transgender surgeries, rather than just the normal, yeah, corporations suck and want to get money out of people that, capitalism does in general. It's not
For
really
everyone?
a secret, and it's not really trans people or the secret cabal making money from it. It's just, corporate greed. Moving on to further vilify transgender-related surgeries, Scott also brings up that some studies apparently show that trans people are more depressed after getting surgery.
But the only long-term study
What?
tells us 7 to 10 years is when transgender people are the most suicidal.
Where does it
After-
say that?
Surgery.
Which would go to argue that trans-affirming care actually isn't helpful, like trans advocates argue, but actually detrimental to our mental health. This idea goes towards the detransitioner narrative, that there are those who want to transition initially, but eventually detransition after getting irreversible surgeries to their bodies, arguing that they were forced to identify as trans as a kid, something that we talked about earlier, and then pushed through this transgender medical system, again, something we talked about earlier, and now must suffer the consequences of it because they realized later in life that they weren't actually trans. With many groups like TERFs, for example, and Scott Nugent himself with his Trey Voices group, implying that there's a large number of detransitioners who have experienced this. In reality, though, detransitioners actually make up an insanely small percentage of the trans population. A National Center for Transgender Equality survey found that only 8% of trans folks reported detransitioning. And of that 8%, 62% of them said they detransitioned not because they wished to or because transitioning wasn't for them, but only did so temporarily due to cost issues or discrimination that they faced in numerous areas because they transitioned. Only 0.4% of respondents said that they detransitioned because they thought that transitioning wasn't right for them. So 0.4% of trans people, according to this survey, choose to detransition because transitioning wasn't right for them. A 2018
0.4% of people that detransition actually genuinely feel they made a mistake. 0.4.
teen study in the Netherlands found that only 1.9% of adolescents who started puberty blockers didn't go on to transition when they got older. A 50-year Swedish study published in 2010 found that only 2% of folks regretted detransitioning. So at most, according to these studies, 2% of trans people, and I stress at most, face the harm of detransitioning because it wasn't for them. Most trans people studies find are much happier after surgery and actually have reduced suicidal thoughts. There are some studies that find that immediately after surgery, people's depression or suicidal thoughts can go up, but that's because they just had a surgery. Believe me, as someone who's gone through several of these surgeries, being right after surgery and dealing with the recovery of it sucks, and especially because you fear that this thing...
Yeah. I mean, for fuck's sakes, you go through a major cosmetic surgery and, like, you're feeling like crap and, you know, you're all sutured up, and the recovery process is gruesome. Like, you're supposed to be, like, fucking chipper and happy in that. I'm pretty sure when I get my top surgery, I'm gonna be fucking grumpy as fuck for, like, 6 weeks or more. Grumpy as hell.
Thing that you've wanted your entire life, that you've hoped for and dreamed for, might not actually work out the way that you want it to, and you get scared and worried, like, oh no, I've made this big decision in my life, and what if I can't take it back? What if I made a mistake and I can't see what my body looks like? Like right now, even as I film this, I'm recovering from a facial harmonization surgery, and the first few days after my surgery, I can tell you that I was freaking out. Maybe I made a mistake, maybe something was wrong, maybe this is the wrong choice. I did freak out after the surgery, and that's my third one that I've done, and yet now, weeks later, I realized that it was the best choice for me. And my anecdotal story is backed up by endless studies that show that trans people are generally happier after getting surgeries, even showing up to 87% of male to female patients and 97% of female to male patients are happy with their results, and that regret is extremely rare. And while my story is anecdotal, I can tell you that I would honestly be dead if I hadn't medically transitioned. But now, I'm metal as fuck.
Hey, Ren Fairy. I love that. Now, I'm metal as fuck. I know. You know what's so funny is cis people get gender confirming surgeries or gender affirming surgeries. Like, they get breast lifts or reductions or lip filler or ass filler or their cheeks fucking sculpted or something, like anything to look more feminine, masculine, whatever. My mustache hairs are like so long at the tips here, and it like trips me out because like all day I feel like something's like poking and tickling my lips.
Okay, so I actually want to take a pause from talking about all the narratives that Matt Walsh has been coming up with in his film to have a brief little interlude conversation about something that's come up around the film after it was released. I almost didn't include this section for a few reasons that I'll get into, but because it was making the rounds on Twitter and a few articles popped up about it, and I saw it coming up a few times in my comments on other videos I did on Matt Walsh, I figured that it's something that is worth addressing. So, at one point in the film that we'll talk a little bit more later about, Matt features a montage of a bunch of different images and videos of trans people from social media platforms. One trans man, Steph Cariacho, asked Twitter to take down a trailer for the film that featured his video in it without his permission, which Twitter ultimately did not do, despite it possibly falling into violations of Twitter's own policies of profiting from the use of images.
Low.
In fact, an instructor at Harvard Law's Cyber Law Clinic, Alejandra Calabano, even cited this as a failure of Twitter to endorse its own policies on harassment of trans people. Sadly, though, we shouldn't be surprised about this, as many studies have shown that despite right-wingers complaining that social media has a leftist bias and that the woke moralists are coming for you, that actually the opposite is true. That actually many social media platforms have a right-wing bias and are more likely to be lenient against right-wing people. This all on top of Twitter and other social media platforms' continued failure to address hate speech in any form, especially when it comes to trans people. In fact, ironically, the original version of this video, the one that you're literally watching right now, became a clear example of this. A few hours after the original edit of this video was posted on YouTube, it was taken down and my channel was hit with a community violation. The video had literally been removed by YouTube due to, in YouTube's own words, quote, thinking it violates...
Right. This video, I remember that. When this video was first put up and posted on YouTube, like, I got most of the way through it, and then when I went to finish it, it was taken down. YouTube took it down and flagged it for sex and nudity. And it didn't even really explain, like, precisely what. And it was just so... It was really tough because, like, Jessie had already been, like, working on this forever. And it's a 4-hour fucking, like, masterpiece. So she had to fight and figure out, like, how the fuck to get it back up.
Our sex and nudity policy, which, according to their policy, is quote, content featuring non-consensual sexual activity, unwanted sexualization,
Hey, ontology
or that
dragon.
otherwise degradingly sexualizes an individual.
Hey,
Now, I
Corvus.
certainly have my own personal disagreements with this enaction of the policy against my video, but I'll discuss all of that in a future video coming out probably next week, as currently this is an ongoing situation. However, the fact that this situation happened at all is evidence of the bias on media platforms like YouTube. While my video gets flagged despite its clear educational context, videos like Matt Walsh's here on YouTube continue to stay up, despite the misinformation and, quote, unwanted sexualization, end quote, that occurs in them. As I've already shown and will continue to show in this video, Matt Walsh continually spreads tons of misinformation around trans people, as well as sexualizes trans and LGBTQ people in general, such as with his pushing of the groomer narrative. The idea that trans ideology or LGBTQ people in general are sexualizing children at a young age, which isn't true. He also individually sexualizes and harasses individual trans people as well on his channel, something I discussed in my first part on Matt Walsh's What is a Woman. Much of this, one would think, would also constitute unwanted sexualization under YouTube's policies, but his videos remain up. While some would take this, as well as the fact that YouTube pocketed ad money from Walsh advertising his What is a Woman documentary on the site, as evidence of YouTube having a direct transphobic bias against trans people, or a more lenient bias towards Walsh due to him giving them money, which is certainly possible, what this situation...
I mean, of course, YouTube has done this time and time again. Like, even Steven Crowder, who is in hot shit, I don't know if they'll take his, like, showdown or not, because it's just, like, I don't know. We don't want to anger the YouTube gods. I have thoughts.
More signals to me is direct evidence of how normalized anti-trans talking points have become. Walsh's words get considered to be, quote, just asking questions by his followers and those in the media, despite there being clear unwanted sexualization and misinformation in them. Yet this type of misinformation being spread and the sexualization of trans people is considered par for the course and normal in our media, and thus not violating policy in the eyes of YouTube. While me discussing Matt Walsh's misinformation and making lame jokes about him in an educational context could be taken as, quote, unwanted sexualization, as discussing a cisgender man in a sexual context is not allowed. It's not me saying they're being directly transphobic and hate trans people, which might be the case, but I don't know that, but more me pointing out and underscoring how we view cis men as inherently not sexual and LGBTQ folks as inherently sexual, and that being reflected in how YouTube's policies are enacted. It also underscores YouTube's overall conservative bias, such as how studies have shown how despite people watching left-leaning or politically centrist or non-political content at all, the YouTube algorithm will continually recommend conservative content, even if you ask the algorithm not to recommend those types of channels or even specific channels anymore. I'm also planning on discussing this from a more zoomed out perspective about the biases of algorithms and how it intersects with anti-trans issues in a future video. So we'll leave this here for now, but given how this topic did intersect directly with this video itself, I figured it was at least worth mentioning within this re-edit of the video. However, even that incident isn't really what I want to talk about, because that issue gets to a larger issue that people brought up around the promotion of the film and the film itself. Because during that same montage, Matt featured an image of a bare-chested 15-year-old trans man. Many took this as a gotcha moment for Matt, saying that by showing the photo, he either has to, 1, acknowledge that the trans man is a man, or, if the child is a girl, as Matt Walsh would argue he is due to his assigned gender at birth, then Matt would be guilty of sharing child... Well, I'm not allowed to say it on YouTube, but it rhymes with mourn. Child mourn. I wish we got to see a child mourn from Deep Space Nine, but sadly, that's not what we're talking about.
Well, no, I don't want to hear it.
This became one of those quick and easy takedowns of the film that went around Twitter in order for people to feel smug about the film. And I kind of get it. It does show the hypocrisy of Matt. Either he acknowledges that the child was a man, or he shared, in his own eyes, child mourn. But while I get it, I'm uncomfortable of the usage of this as a gotcha moment. First and foremost, it doesn't really do anything to debunk the large part of Matt's film. This is just one incident and one-off photo. It doesn't really debunk Matt Walsh's argument as a whole, and many people aren't really going to care or even understand the nuances of it. But more importantly, secondly, I don't think the kid's photo should have been used regardless of their gender identity. While this kid shared the photo himself, I am deeply uncomfortable with anyone using kids' photos, or anyone's photos really, without permission, especially especially in a way that is damaging to their own community. Like, this kid clearly would not have wanted his photo to be in Matt Walsh's film. And
Right.
so I don't think arguing like it's need to be viewed this way or that way is really the argument to be made. It should be argued that this photo shouldn't have been used at all. Thirdly, though, the whole gotcha of this argument relies on us not reading the kid's gender as his own. The only way that this photo would be a problem is if we see him as a girl, which he is not. And I don't think that we should be playing chicken with transphobes using someone's gender identity. But fifth, also, like, haven't we been fighting for women's chests to be seen as not nudity as well? That women's chests are just as okay as men's chests to be seen? And so this
Right.
argument would ultimately still feed into addressing women's bodies as somehow inherently sexual or shameful compared to men's bodies. So there's even an underlying sexism that reads wrong to me as well. So all in all, I'm not really okay with this gotcha. I understand where it comes from, but I don't really think it's a worthwhile argument. And so I figured I'd be remiss if I didn't address it within this video. But with that said, back to the rest of this.
Man, there are men with bigger titties than women. Seriously.
With Grossman's earlier medicalization of trans people and the argument that trans people are so often suicidal, Matt begins to imply, or even outright state, that trans people are mentally ill. For example, he has this exchange
My
with
favorite
a gender
argument.
confirmation surgery about trans-ableness.
I don't know if you've ever heard of people in the trans-abled community. These are people who are physically able-bodied but feel like they should be disabled or identify.
What?
For example, a man who has 2 arms but feels like he should have 1. If a man
What?
in this kind of marginalized community went to the doctor and said, "I want to have my arm cut off," do you think that?
That doesn't have anything to do with gender identity.
Well, it's all right.
Her response and her face is priceless. Just like that doesn't have anything like. What if a man came in and wanted their arm to be cut off? You know, it's like if a man wanted their dick cut off, right? Right? Like, no, Matt, you fucking bearded buffoon. No. What the hell goes on in this man's head? How? He says it's so deadpan too, but like he's trying to be funny. Like, I gotta back that up because that was like her reaction was fucking priceless. Just she almost wanted to put a "what the fuck does that have to do?"
With Grossman's earlier medicalization of trans people and the argument that trans people are so often suicidal, Matt begins to imply, or even outright state, that trans people are mentally ill. For example, he has this exchange with a gender confirmation surgery about trans-ableness.
I don't know if you've ever heard of people in the trans-abled community. These are people who are physically able-bodied but feel like they should be disabled or identify as such. For example, a man who has 2 arms but feels like he should have 1. If a man in this kind of marginalized community went to the doctor and said, "I want to have my arm cut off," do you think that?
That doesn't have anything to do with gender identity.
Well, it's all right. Someone's self-identity, how someone identifies.
That's someone who has and I'll accept it as a mental diagnosis.
This is what I mean about this whole fucking documentary of What is a Woman by Matt Walsh. People think it's so fucking smart and intelligent and witty and funny, and really it's just Matt Walsh wasting a bunch of professionals' time. Like, straight up wasting their time, and just pretty much just insulting them. Like, it's just a stupid thing, and at the end of it, it was pretty much a tour of him, like, harassing and wasting people's time. Because he's Matt Walsh. Who's just not funny. Yeah, what? Are you serious? Really? When your lady worked for a certain medical establishment in Georgia years ago, a guy kept getting sent in after removing that one bad arm himself? Wow. See, you know, people are gonna, if we disallow things, people will get desperate. I don't know. I just think about, like, back alley surgeons and stuff like that.
Diagnosis, a psychiatric condition. I don't even pretend to know what aptomenophilia is all about, but somehow it's the idea that you're fascinated or charmed by having a limb or part of a limb missing. Okay, I would say
No, you don't do that, Kim. Don't pay for it. Like, and then I guess there's a book too that's like really expensive and just full of shit. The best way to get this is honestly through Jessie, because she fucking just breaks it all down. Did anybody hear about that one lady who, like, removed the tip of her pinky herself because she, like, wanted it aesthetically? She thought it would be cute. Like, she literally, like, cut it off herself. I think she did it with, like, a cigar, like, slicer. Like, I don't... How the fuck? Like, all the way down to, like, the knuckle. Like, the whole tip of the finger. Or did she do it in half or something like that? I don't know. How do you... I mean, I've pierced my belly button when I was... My own belly button when I was 16. Froze off their leg with dry ice. Alright, we're done with this conversation. I'm getting skeeved out. Alright, that's it. Roll them up.
that's, pardon my non-medical language, kooky.
You don't see any?
Or, sorry, that lady who, like, wanted to be blind, and she blinded herself with the help of a psychologist by dropping droplets of bleach in her eyes.
You think this is totally irrelevant?
Yep.
And he also has this exchange with a person who identifies as a wolf.
I am a wolf-therian and a member of the furry fandom.
Matt makes these comparisons to say that trans people aren't...
I hate it when they do this. They immediately, they're like, are you trans? Well, then you're also a furry. It's like, it's not like once you come out as trans, it's like, welcome to being trans. Here's your persona.
all that different, that we're just a medical disorder and crazy people.
Yeah.
It's a very ableist way of looking at not only trans people, but all of these people that Matt is talking about. Now, obviously, medicalizing and framing someone as mentally ill to discredit them is a time-honored tactic, with a long history of cisgender women, for example, being considered hysterical and placed in mental asylums for speaking up about their health or rights.
Ah! What is he doing?
Mention, similarly, being gay was also considered a mental illness. It was only just destigmatized within the past few decades.
Right.
Secondly, while the ethicality of cutting off someone's limb to make them
Oh,
feel full is
awesome.
very debatable, as it
Thank you, Corvus, for gifting a membership, and who got it, exploring the hollows. Hell yes. Hell yes. Corvus and Corvus. And did I spell that right? Yes. Corvus E and E dot holos. Awesome. I wrote your names on the board that you can't see behind me. Ever. It's there. See? There we go. Man, it is hot in here. What the hell is happening? Must be summer. Summer in the air. I love summer. Hey, Susan is having dinner with her mom. Hi, Mom. Today will have been my parents' 67th anniversary. Oh, that's special. I hope you and your mom are having a nice birthday in honor of her anniversary and in honor of your father. Everyone say hi. Hi, Susan. Hi, Mom. Everyone says hello. All right. Shall we continue? Let us continue.
It would potentially lower their quality of life. It's proven, conversely, that giving surgery to people like myself, transgender people who suffer from gender dysphoria, for example, or those who would get gender euphoria from surgery or hormones or things like that, can make us feel happier and healthier with no loss or, in fact, improvement to our quality of life. I've had 3 gender confirmation surgeries, none of which lowered my physical ability or quality of life. In fact, it heightened both of them. As for identifying as an animal, I'll admit that I'm much less knowledgeable in this area. For my research, though, most people don't actually think that they're an animal when they identify in the same way that this woman who identified as a wolf does in Matt's video. Like, quite literally, listen to what this person is saying to Matt.
Are you able to communicate with the wolves?
Am I going to have a conversation with a wolf in the way that I'm communicating you and I? Obviously not. Am I going to read their body language, respond appropriately to their behaviors and their nonverbal cues? Yes.
They're not saying that they think that they're a wolf one-to-one or that they can communicate with wolves. They just say that they kind of identify with the spirit of a wolf. Like, that's a vastly different thing. Like, this person is very clear that they know that humans aren't wolves, but that they do feel a kinship with them. Conversely, though, trans people can be different genders because, you know, humans can be different genders. Like, human men and human women exist, so we can be that. Now, maybe if there are people who, like, 100% believe that they are actually animals, we could talk about mental health when it comes into that. But it does not map one-to-one on being transgender at all. And I'll again admit that I am not in that community at all, so I don't know all the nuances of it. But like I said, if a person identifies spiritually with an animal, hell yeah, go for it. I approve with that 100%. And if it's a sexual kink or just a kink or something else, if it just makes you happier, hell yeah to that too. What do I care? As for surgeries to make yourself like an animal, well, it kind of goes back to my transabled argument. If it helps your quality of life and doesn't hurt anybody, why do I care? It's your body, your rules. If it lowers...
I mean, that's like, there's that guy who, like, I don't know, cut his ears off and stuff and did all the, tattooed his whole thing, tattooed his eyeballs, whatever, and looks like a snake because he just wants to be a snake. Or that guy who, like, looks like a lion. It's like, okay. I mean, I really don't care. I don't give a shit. I wouldn't say they're necessarily, mentally off. I mean... You know who is mentally off? Motherfucking Matt Walsh.
Where's your quality of life? Well, then we can debate the ethicality of it, and I think that there's a larger conversation to be had. And on top of all of this, even if we were mentally ill, wouldn't you also want to empathize and care for that? But Matt just seems to be laughing at these people, to kind of have that smug...
Yeah, why is that? If you're thinking that somebody's mentally ill, why are you going ahead and just being fucking, like... a piece, like, POS to them? Like, why are you being insufferable? Why? Like, who does that to... If it is true, if that's the case, like, why would you do that?
Murky thing, like, isn't this ridiculous? There's no care. So even if he was correct in his argument that we were mentally ill, his response to it isn't great at all. But we all know that that's not really the point, right? But again, Matt isn't trying to investigate these questions with earnest curiosity or empathize with anyone. He just wants his audience to point and laugh at the mentally ill freaks.
It's all a game.
Which isn't that so incredibly sad, if that's your only view of the mentally ill.
Right. All right, we're going into our next section. I'm going to pause and use the restroom. Hold on. Back. Unmuted. Ready to go. A new glass of root beer. I've been getting the 2 liters of root beer recently because, like, I was getting the cans. But they're fucking expensive. Like, a 12 pack is like 10 fucking bucks. And then it's like, well, if you buy like 2, then you get 6 free. And then it's like I'm hauling fucking ass with the soda. So it's like, I just like to get the fucking 2 liter, keep it in the fridge, and just fill up my glass, except for my straw keeps wanting to flow out. Like that. It won't stay down. Okay. Bathroom laws. Here we go.
So because you have
shit.
to hit all the dots.
I forgot something. Crap. Sorry. Hold on. So she doesn't screech. I had to grab a new cartridge, and then I had to inform my roommate to please feed the outside scrub jay, because if she does not get treats, she will just sit and scream. And my arm is very itchy. Do I have like a rash or something? Put some Aquaphor on it. Did you hear that? Did anybody hear that screech? Screech. Yeah, that was my Scrub Jay. I call her Peach. Peachy, peachy, peachy. She likes to scream for treats. Anyways.
Matt brings out the oldie but a goodie bathroom argument.
Ella dice que qué tú piensas acerca de que los hombres que son transexuales usen baños de mujeres. ¿Tú crees que está bien? Pero dilo.
Yep, he's going with that oldie but a goodie, that men will pretend to be women in order to get access to the women's bathroom, in order to sexually assault or attack cisgender women. This is an idea that also crops
My
up
favorite
as like a horror
argument.
movie idea in many TERF spaces as well, that trans people are just trying to get in order to attack people. We even saw many TERFs arguing that men with guns should enter a women's bathroom in order to protect women from trans people.
Like women need to go in there and have some armed butt fuck. Some fucking Proud Boy with the automatic assault rifle.
Talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
So you want to stop trans women who you see as men from entering the bathroom by having men enter the bathroom with guns to do violence against women. Yeah, the logic boggles my mind too. Trans women, though, are women, and we're not lying when we say we identify as women.
I just noticed
and
the
we deserve
fucking
to be able
toilet
to use
cleaner.
the bathroom in peace, despite the harassment
I really hope that's new.
we often place ourselves in danger of by
Or
using
clean.
public restrooms, irregardless of which bathroom that we would use. See, even if Matt doesn't see us as women, he's already conceded that we believe we are. That's kind of like the whole point of his mentally ill argument. So, even by his logic, we're not actively lying when we go into the bathroom. So even his argument is bunk, because trans women should be able to use the bathroom because we're not actively lying like he would be doing in order to enter the bathroom. But again, what Matt Walsh is trying to do is all going back to this narrative of trans women as predatory, that we are liars trying to enter the bathroom to attack women. Now, numerous studies have shown that this barely, if ever, happens. However, there have been a few incidents of questionable nature that relate to this idea, and Matt Walsh uses brief snippets of these one-off incidents, like the Spot incident from last year, 2021.
What, the handful of guys that actually did dress up as a woman to try and get in there?
There's this fantastic video by TTG that goes over in greater detail, and even critiques some of my initial reactions that I did on this channel to that incident that I think covers it well. But the long and short of this event was that allegedly a trans woman with prior sex offender charges supposedly exposed herself to a woman and her child within the spa. After this moment, a woman went up to the desk and filmed herself complaining about the incident, and then from there, the video took off and went viral in right-wing and TERF spaces, and thereby right-wingers and TERFs used this incident to stir a controversy that led to literal protests and fighting in the streets outside of Spa in Los Angeles. Like, quite literally, Proud Boys showed up to defend TERFs, and we'll talk about the connection between the fascist Proud Boys groups and transphobia in just a little bit later on in this video, and they began stabbing trans activists. Yet, despite this, again, right-wing media vilified it as Antifa and trans people attacking the poor women that needed to be defended. And police in this incident primarily used force against the trans activists to shut down the protest, despite again the fact that many of the people doing violence were the Proud Boys. Because big boys pretending to be tough like to punch people angrily in order to protect the weak white woman.
This argument of needing to protect the white, weak woman is what a lot of fascist narratives and rhetoric are built upon. That we need to protect the sweet, sweet women from the dangerous transes or people of color or someone else. And we see this narrative explicitly with the Proud Boys who were at this event. Proud Boys themselves as a group, as the wonderful Renegade Cut explored in this video, often argue for a return return to traditionalist gendered roles, where the women stays at home as men go out and earn money and act as protector and save them. This also highlights how the Proud Boys, themselves a violent terrorist group, often view masculinity in aggressive and violent terms. So we see how these arguments for protecting women.
Also, we've taught women, and especially white women think this way, their highest value is their ability to procreate and carry a child. So when you can like take that, when you cannot have that and still be a woman, that's where they get really just scared. Like, but my womb, my childbearing womb. And it's like, you're really going to reduce yourself to that biological function over this shit, really? They're kind of effing themselves in that sense. They are effing themselves in that sense.
When spaces from the scary transes continually, like we saw back in the trans women in sports discussion, frame women in general as weaker and less than, and men needing to protect them, and using trans peoples as the villains to reinforce this idea.
And all this was in spite of the fact that We Spot Self already had an open nude policy and had signs that shows that you'll see all types of genitalia in numerous areas. And so the woman in the spot who saw genitals should at least have had some expectation to see genitals in there. And as TGG's research showed, the trans woman in question who was charged with this incident had prior sex offender charges, but even those might stem from the fact that she was homeless and needed to pee outside, because trans people are often sadly cast aside by society.
Under California Penal Code 314 PC, indecent exposure is defined as willingly exposing one's naked body or genitals to another person who would be offended or annoyed by it. So you mean transphobes? The crime is generally prosecuted as a misdemeanor and punished by up to 6 months in county jail, as well as 10-year sex offender registration requirement. This means that any time some trans woman in the state of California, and possibly more states, walks into a woman's locker room or is sitting in a spa in a woman's part of the spa, she could be nailed with a charge and not only receive up to 6 months in county jail,
Elise, good to see you.
Where she will most likely be misgendered and put in with men, but on top of it, will also be on a 10-year registry.
I don't know the specifics. It's quite possible that she did do horrific things both in the past and in this incident, but we don't know. And there were a lot of assumptions made in this case, even by myself, but it still led to this violence in the streets and the vilification of trans people in general, despite it being one incident. And even if this one incident was done by a trans person deliberately trying to expose themselves, which would be awful and worth condemning, but again, we don't know, it doesn't mean that all trans people shouldn't be allowed into a public bathroom. It would be like saying if one cisgender woman attacked another cisgender woman in a bathroom, that all cisgender women shouldn't be allowed in any bathroom. It's kind of ridiculous. What you do is you outlaw exposing yourself, not stopping all people of a certain type to enter a bathroom, because that is quite literally discrimination. And on top of that, forcing trans women into men's bathrooms when they look like me, for example, or any trans woman in general because of the harassment and harm that we might face.
I wonder, like, when I get more of, like, a defined mustache and stuff, like, I'm wondering if I'll get, like, I don't know, like, that'll be weird. I guess I'll just go to the men's, whatever. Go to whichever one is cleanest. That's my go-to. I don't use public bathrooms much, and any public bathrooms I do use, they're typically, like, single-stalled.
Leaves us open to be attacked in those spaces. There have been several incidents where a trans person was forced to go in a bathroom that did not align with their gender identity and eventually facing assault because of it. Yet, still many trans people will face a double bind because sometimes even if we enter the bathroom that does align with our gender...
I mean, you're a trans woman, okay. You're made to go into a men's bathroom. They're like, hey, pretty lady, find out that you don't got the right parts or whatever they have. Yeah, you could get your ass kicked. Like, that is also a really disturbing situation. And why aren't we talking about the real conversation? Why are men so fucking perverted and dangerous in bathrooms?
Gender identity, as all of these incidents have vilified us for entering these bathroom spaces, we may face harassment for it. As we can see, for example, in this video, as a former California Congresswoman candidate entered a bathroom in order to scream and yell at a trans woman harassing her and even filming her, which is against the law, by the way.
A few different customers trying to use the restroom, but the guy insists He's a lady.
You are harassing me. I'm just using the restroom and it's
Why you use the ladies'
invading
room?
my privacy. One.
Well, no, you invited my privacy.
Leave her alone.
So it wasn't the trans woman
Creepy
that was the problem.
lady.
She just wanted to pee in peace. It was the California congresswoman candidate who harassed the trans woman and filmed against the law. And this is
Yeah,
all
what a
at
creepy
Denny's in LA.
lady.
I mean, like, who
Going
makes such
in,
a big
harassing
deal over a
people
Denny's?
in the
It's a
fucking
frickin'
bathroom.
Denny's. Pretty much every single trans person just wants to pee in peace or
At a
change the
Denny's.
locker room without being bothered. But we all kind of worry.
If you think you can invoke and keep a sense of class at a Denny's bathroom, you have already lost. Sit down, lady. You're at a fucking Denny's. Eat your damn pancakes.
About this. When I used to go to the gym before and even after my vaginoplasty, I would go into the bathroom stall to change because I didn't want anyone to see my naked body, precisely because I was scared of harassment or honestly just scaring someone else. I felt I had to hide myself away when all the cisgender women around me got to just change and not worry about it. I had internalized a sense of shame and worry around who I was. Now, to be fair, there is a larger, more complicated conversation that we could have in earnest discourse around women seeing a penis where they don't expect it to. Is it okay to have a conversation about saying, like, look, I'm...
I don't know why I'm cracked up about that. I don't know why that cracks me the fuck up. There's just something about seeing a penis where you don't expect it to that's very much a part of womanhood. It's just, it's kind of defines like a quarter of it, honestly. Just seeing a penis where you don't expect to. I don't know why that just cracks me up.
I'm a cisgender woman who wants to go into a locker room, and I'm fine with nudity, but I don't really expect to see a penis in there. And how do I reconcile that with a possible trans woman being in there? I think that that's an honest conversation that we could have. We could get into.
I think if you see a woman and there's a penis and they're minding their own business, trying to get changed, you mind your own fucking business.
All of that in a really open and just nice way to talk about it. But here in this film, that's...
Lee says, I'm a Dionysian, free the bodies. You know, I wish there was just more, just casual nudity. Like, do we really have to be so, weird about it? I mean... there's so many, cultures where, women were just tits out. What happened? Tits out. I mean, fucking, Roman or Greek soldiers or whatever. They had their dicks out all the time. Straight up fighting wars with just a shield, spear, helmet, and your balls. I don't know. You can just see naked people and just be like, I mean, if you get a glimpse of penis, just, look away. Shrug. All in a day. Colonialization did ruin everything. Motherfuckers. Coming in here. Ruining the titties. Ruining the titties. That is the biggest crime, ruining the titties. No, there's worse crimes than that. But I was just cracking a joke. I see incidental butt crack all the time. Man, there was a gym I was going to down in Santa Monica. I walked in after my workout to go get changed. There was an elderly lady there who was bent over, butt naked. And I saw everything. Every nook, cranny, and crevasse of her bent over, the whole roast beef sandwich and everything. And I'm just wow. Just look away.
Not the goal of what Matt's trying to do. What he's actually trying to do is just, again, bring up this narrative and try to paint the trans community as villains and malicious predators. All of this has led to Matt's final push in the film. If you haven't noticed, there have been several recurring themes in these narratives. the harming of children, the need to protect the privileged white woman from the baddie trans people, the trans's attack on Christian values, which are also equated with nature, and trans people sexualizing kids in our society with
The full roast
our
beef, okay?
The one thing behind all of these narratives is one recurring idea.
I gotta grab my little charger. No, where is my little charger? Oh, it's right here. Never mind. Yeah, you know, some ladies have a roast beef, and that's okay. We love them all. We love all the shapes, sizes, and colors.
Power. There's constantly been this implication that those pushing gender ideology, or trans people in general, have all this power. Scott says they're making money off of surgeries.
A marginalized group has a huge dollar sign on the top of their head.
Money and Kinsey were the ones who created gender ideology to attack Christian doctrine.
Oh my god. I love it when people are like, you're just coming out as trans for the attention and the clickbait and the money and the members, and it's like, actually things went down. Before, when people thought I was a cis woman and I was like way more feminine, like I had a lot more attention. That all left.
To rid society of Judeo-Christian values when it came to sexuality. And he worked very hard to do that, and I would say he succeeded.
That trans women like myself are the ones that have all the secret power in our society, that we're canceling people like Dave Chappelle. We're the most protected class, don't you see?
They try to project themselves as being marginalized. These are the marginalized, these are the oppressed.
Yes, exactly.
But you can't make fun of them. You know, the way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make fun of, right?
That's right.
These are the people that you can't make fun of. So it's very clear they hold all the institutional power in our culture. And it's really interesting, you know, when you've got comedians like Chappelle, you got to worry about now when you're telling jokes, you don't just ask yourself,
okay, first of all, Dave Chappelle's thing was not funny. It was like a bad TED Talks. And second of all, yay, thank you, Elise, for gifting a membership. And Cassidy got the membership. Marker. 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 Why are we making fun of people? I don't know. You mean me or them? I'm like, because it's me. I make fun of people. Including myself.
Funny. You have to ask yourself, is this joke going to offend
Oh,
somebody who's more powerful than me but identifies as being marginalized because I might lose my career?
This implication that trans people actually have the power goes deeper, though. If you remember back in our first part in the series, you can remember how we spoke about Tucker Carlson. How his whole grift is to create this idea of a ruling
Taco
class
Carlson.
behind everything, with that ruling class being whoever he wants it to be on that day. This is what many conservatives are trying to do. Create an adversarial relationship that has a nebulous enemy that they can slot in whoever they want to into that ruling class idea in order to sell it to their audience. It's all about framing to their audience that these people are actually in power, and by pushing back against them, like trans people, you're actually fighting the good fight. And so for Matt's final...
People who think there's a trans agenda are like people who are like QAnon, where they think there's Satanists in the Democratic Party.
Section of his movie, he leans into all of these framings, building upon everything that has come before. First, he brings in a mysterious anonymous man in on the phone who says that he's hiding his identity because he's afraid the transes will come and get him, but who says he was fighting back for his young child who wasn't old enough to possibly know what their gender was from being pumped full of hormones that day.
I get a call less than an hour into that appointment is that they were going to pump her full of cross-sex hormones within the hour. And I put a halt to that. I said no. In December of 2018, and it says that under the BC Infants Act, they will start injecting my child with cross-sex hormones, and I have 2 weeks to respond with legal action if I so choose. And so that's how I ended up in court, because I did respond with legal action
Yeah, it sounds scary and evil, right? That his child was taken from him by these mysterious doctors and they were going to bring them into a back room and then shove him full of hormones and give him boobs that day. Except for, I don't really know what pumped full of hormones means.
Neither do I.
I literally take hormones and you don't like stick a vial in yourself like Venom and Batman and then suddenly boobs pop out? It takes weeks, months, or even years for anything to happen in hormones. Yes, some things happen initially, but it's not like you're growing boobs.
Hey, Corvus, thank you for gifting another membership. Who got it? Kim drew the line. You got it, Kim. That's so nice. I love it when people gift memberships. I like the pay it forward thing. Kim. Wait, where's my other marker? I keep losing my damn markers. I don't know why the M was capital. Let's do, oh, hold on. Why's my mouse not working? Let's do some disco balls. Disco balls in the chat for all the membership donos and all the new members. Little disco party. Disco party. Celebrate the day with more members, yay! Mm-hmm. More members today, yeah. We're gonna party, it's Friday. Alright. And scene. Your poor will be... Yeah, nobody needs to feel obligated to be a member or anything. So, yeah, whenever you can, or if you can't, like, no worries. I do appreciate everyone's support, though. It's very nice of you. Alright, shall we finish? Let's go.
Boobs that day. The first shot
Boobs
is like
that day.
nothing on a physical level, though emotionally it can mean a lot for trans people on a symbolic level. But the anonymous man claims that he failed to stop his child from being pumped full of hormones and that he was sent to jail and fined $30,000 simply for misgendering his child. The woke transes using their power to punish him and send him to jail. And I mean, misgendering your child is super shitty, but actually, this man is full of shit. Because the truth is, the man was fined $30,000 for repeatedly outing his child's identity publicly and their trans status online, disregarding their child's privacy and safety. And the $30,000 fine was because he raised $30,000 in a crowdfunding campaign that he used his child's information in against the court's orders. Yeah, he was using all of this cancel culture by the transes idea in order to get money for himself. I wonder where I've seen that tactic elsewhere. So this is a common tactic used by many right-wing parents trying to delegitimize their child. I'd recommend this video by Essence of Thought for an excellent example of another father who gained anti-trans fame by claiming he was canceled for just trying to protect his kid, while in actuality repeatedly emotionally abusing them and ignoring court orders. But again, Matt is using this man and this narrative to frame it as if trans people actually have the power to put you in jail simply for misgendering them. From there, Matt brings in Dr. Deborah So,
how fucking disgusting is it for Matt to fucking use this guy as like a valid, like, integral part of his fucking, like, piece? Matt is such a piece of shit for the honestly, everybody that he selects either just like completely is like a yes man, supports him, or he finds people that purposefully twist the narrative, or if he finds people that know what they're talking about, edits the film to make it look like they're dumb. When really, to me, I can just see past this whole bullshit. Like, he's so full of shit. And then to use this guy, who clearly did some fucked up things to his kid, as a proof of a caring parent that just simply got canceled.
out of academia for her anti-trans views.
I left academia because the climate had become too stifling politically, especially when it comes to the topic of gender identity and the science of gender. It is absolutely impossible to do good research.
But turns out this canceled Dr. So, who was pushed out of academia, has just published a novel in 2020 called The End of Gender, and has her own freaking podcast that's doing pretty well.
How can I be sure that transgender, so I wouldn't say a transgender identity is innate, because as I say in The End of Gender, whether someone identifies as transgender or not, transgender is a political label. It's not a medical condition. Gender dysphoria is the medical condition.
Oh yeah, she's so silenced and out of academia for speaking out against the transes. But again, trans people apparently have all the power, right? Oh, and by the way, some of Dr. So's earlier research was about studying pedophiles, something Matt vilified earlier in his discussion on Kinsey. So strange that he doesn't bring it up here. It's not really that strange, we know why. But this all leads to the classic pièce de résistance, how Hollywood and TikTok are a social contagion trying to trans your children.
Powerful cultural and political lobby groups driving this thing. Hollywood is pressing LGBTQ plus matters.
The whole idea of social contagion, that there could be something in one's social environment that could play some role in somebody coming out identifying as trans, would you say that that is definitely part of your story?
When I look back, I don't think I would have ever even considered and seeing myself as a boy without these social aspects, especially if I hadn't joined these online communities.
I identify as non-binary. I'll officially be changing my pronouns to they, them.
My pronouns are he, him, and demon, self.
I've been going by they, them pronouns for 4 years now. I'm pretty comfortable with it.
I use they, them pronouns.
There was literally a period of a few weeks to a few months. I started out as an ally.
At least, like, I love being queer. Fuck them.
To identify as transgender.
They can get bent. Me too. I love being genderqueer.
Here, Matt tries to say that
And a
social
little
media
queer.
and the media are trying to incept transness into your kid's brain. He mixes in clips of trans people across film, TikTok, and people on YouTube, like me. I'm kind of actually frustrated he didn't put me in his little montage there. But anyways, he does all this to portray how transness is being pushed on our children by our culture. He even adds an evil-sounding audio filter to some stuff, like this.
Trans rights.
Don't you dare. Jeffrey is an angel, and we are fucking blessed to have them. Jeffrey Marsh is an angel.
This is only going in one direction. You will respect us.
We're coming to get you. Ooh, we're gonna get you. Hollywood will incept this evil into your children's heads. And somehow, apparently, YouTubers and Hollywood and TikTok are all working together because we're the trans Illuminati. Woo! Woo! It's ridiculous, right? Right? Because actually, no. He is right. He's known the truth the whole time. I'm doing it right now. This whole video has been me subliminally getting into your head, trying to manipulate you into the trans agenda. Everything on here is true. We're all going to get you.
This is so cool.
Oh, thanks, transgender Jesus. It was just a dream.
For the Little Mermaid herself, a pale redhead in the cartoon version has been recast as a black woman, though still with red hair somehow.
No.
This is part of a growing trend. As the anger about whitewashing increases, so in equal proportion does the demand for what we must in reverse call blackwashing.
Hello, everyone. A few weeks ago, we finally got our latest target in our plan for transgender domination after he penned an irritated tweet about our Lord and Savior Elliot Page in his Umbrella Academy. As a result, we have finally gotten him off of Twitter and have finally moved forward our front in the all-out culture wars, which will, of course, as we all know, lead naturally from minor wins on Twitter to full world mind control within the next 2 years, as we work alongside the dark Brandon agenda. What? What? Oh, shit. Sorry. I thought that this was our, woke moralist meeting. Please forget everything that you just heard. So, yeah, what were we talking about? Like the last bit I just did myself, at this point in What is a Woman, Matt Walsh cuts to a D-grade horror segment.
You keep invoking the word truth. Just condescending and rude.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
He walks around staring at creepy mannequins of women. It's meant to be scary. It's not, but it's meant to be. He had some nightmare. And Matt, my dude, just to let you know, if you're having nightmares about gender, I have something to tell you. That's not very cisgender of you. Someone's trans egg may be cracking. This segment, if it weren't made by Matt Walsh, would be very relatable to many trans people. I, too, have had many nightmares about naked mannequins. Doctor Who really fucks you up as a kid.
Dude, there's some
Really,
creepy episodes
this
of Doctor Who.
horror segment reveals what Matt wants his audience to feel at this moment in the movie. The whole film, Matt has created narratives that are all misinformed, bad-faithed, and always meant to vilify trans people. Not just as silly or wrong, but as active, malicious agents coming for you, your kids, your best friends, Jordan Peterson, and everyone in between, all leading to this feeling of fear. He wants his audience to feel fear, an irrational fear based on misinformation about the trans community. All this is because the man who works for Ben Facts Don't Care About Your Feelings Shapiro doesn't actually really care about facts, but wants to build a feeling. He's making an emotional appeal to his audience. Matt wants, as I spoke about in my first video on this film, to affirm his audience's opinions, to frame himself as reasonable, and then make everyone else, trans allies and trans people ourselves, seem scary, evil, abusive, harmful, and actively coming for you, your wife, and your children. But he doesn't just want it to stay there. He doesn't want to just create that fear, but he wants to take that fear and turn it into something more malicious, into anger and action. Because Matt then takes his chair and hits his freaking conspiracy board. But this cartoonish, childish chair throwing is actually precisely the kind of mindless rage that he wants to instill and build up in his audience, to give his audience an emotional catharsis, to direct their fear into rage in a specific way. And he models precisely what he means by this. From here, the film transitions into a montage of all the attention-grabbing stunts that Matt Walsh has done over the past couple of years.
It'll be amazing when Matt finally comes out as whatever Matt is. Well, based on his book, that a children's book he wrote, he's going to come out as a walrus.
Gone
gone over some of these in greater detail in this video, but we see him pretending to be a Virginian in a Tennessean's body in order to get a residence in a Virginian school board district to yell at that school board about being child groomers for simply having trans-inclusive bathroom policies, for allowing trans children to be able to use the bathroom in peace in the one that they wish to, not bothering anyone else.
Now, you only give us 60 seconds, so let me get to the point. You are all child abusers. You prey upon impressionable children and indoctrinate them into your insane ideological cult, a cult which holds many fanatical views, but none so deranged as the idea that boys are girls and girls are boys. By imposing this vile nonsense on students to the point even of forcing young girls to share locker rooms with boys, you deprive these kids of safety and privacy and something more fundamental too, which is truth. If education is not grounded in truth, then it is worthless. Worse, it is poison. You are poison. You are predators. I can see why you try to stop us from speaking. You know that your ideas are indefensible. You silence the opposing side because you have no argument. You can only hide under your beds like pathetic little gutless cowards hoping we shut up and go away, but we won't. I promise you that.
He also shows his appearance on Dr. Phil, where he was placed in opposition to two transgender parents, but of which a heavily edited version of that Dr. Phil appearance went viral in online conservative Facebook groups earlier this year that helped to popularize Walsh's supposed gotcha, what is a woman question, to begin with. Walsh also showcases his publication of the children's book, Johnny the Walrus, about a young boy that identifies as a walrus and whose mother takes him seriously and tries to give him irreversible, harmful surgeries in order to turn him into a walrus because she wants to be supportive. A book clearly meant to play into this narrative of the, oh my god, horrible surgeries being done upon kids narrative that Matt Walsh placed earlier in the film. And this book isn't meant to be a kid's book. He did a video showing the book to kids who seemed confused by the entire thing.
The end. Thank you. No, I just sat down and wrote it.
Instead, the children's book, like the film What is a Woman, was for his base. A troll tactic to galvanize those in his audience to make them believe that Matt Walsh was speaking truth to power. Because that's what Walsh wants to instill in this segment of the film. He's framed trans people throughout the entirety of the movie as this ruling class.
Yeah, if anybody's like behind, you can like refresh the browser, or you can like move the, like, you can hover over the live stream and maybe like move it up to catch up to the very end. But if you're 13 minutes behind, you won't hear this for another 13 minutes. Ah!
The people who hold all the power in our society, and that we're trying to harm your kids and family, and that these stunts by Walsh were just him being a strong man speaking out against the ruling transes. And while these seem like just silly little stunts by Matt Walsh, I want to make no mistake. This is a call for violence by Matt. Violence against trans people in all forms.
Matt's done
By
this.
doing these over-the-top stunts, Matt is saying that there is no line that you should not cross in order to fight back against trans people, to try to attack, harm, harass, or go after.
Gee, I know how that
because you're
feels in more
actually
ways than one.
to power. You're actually fighting back against the people who are trying to do real harm in our society. The whole purpose of this is to direct anger and vitriol and hate.
Certainly have
towards
been
an already
demonized plenty
marginalized
enough.
group, and actually cause his audience to feel like they should go out and do similar things to trans people like he is, and oftentimes much worse, while also giving himself plausible deniability in that act. And we are seeing this in real time. And we can see all of this directly in what Matt Walsh does on his show, in life, and what he's trying to get his followers
Matt Walsh
to do.
deliberately calls for violence.
For example, as we spoke about in our first video, Matt on his show regularly features reactions to trans people, often videos sourced from places like the libs of TikTok or other YouTubers like myself, in order to disingenuously edit them and frame them in order to get his audience to send them a flood of harassment and go after them, while also instilling in his audience a sense of righteous virtue in doing so.
I recently spoke about how this entire pipeline of people facing harassment due to folks like Matt Walsh and other right-wing figures in a video that spun out of this one, where I talked about trans activist Eli Ehrlich. In that video that's on this very channel, I spoke about how, in his show, Matt Walsh spread misinformation and selective facts about Eli in order to vilify her as a trans person, sending his audience to harass her online, to report her to authorities, and to also send harassment not just towards her, but even her professors at the university that she is currently attending.
You are the one that we're going to make an example of, because we have to start somewhere.
Wow.
Also, Eli, I should note that I just don't like your attitude. I think you need some humility in your life. And I am generous enough to help you develop that virtue.
Even going so far as to dox these professors and share their public information in his show, and telling his audience to directly harass them.
And these are all people that we should be reaching out to ask, what are they going to do about this? And we'll put her contact information up there. Now you can email her.
Wow,
You can
doxing. Call this person, email this person.
I mean, she's at the top of the hierarchy. She's the leader.
You know, when you start telling people, like, go to this person's chat and ask this, ask that, tell them this, tell them that, like, you're inciting something. And you're POS for it.
So she should be the first one we contact.
It's grossly disgusting, but showcases how directly willing Walsh is to wield his audience to harass trans people and everyone around us, regardless of the consequences to those people. Check out that video that I did for more information on how Matt builds up this type of misinformation around a single trans person.
There have been numerous articles talking about how whenever someone is featured on Matt Walsh's or other conservative media shows, they end up receiving a flood of harassment and targeted attacks.
Wow.
Whether they be a trans-affirming teacher in a school or a trans person online. That person always ends up receiving harassment. I myself have faced Matt's Eye of Sauron as well. A day before the release of What is a Woman and a week before my final transition-related surgery that I had recently in this June, Matt retweeted one of my posts on Twitter about him, attempting to swirl up the canceling narrative surrounding his film in order to build up buzz. He literally retweeted me in order to build up promotion around the film, that he was being canceled and attacked by the transes and that we wanted to silence him. Immediately after he did the retweet, which by the way he found by searching his name on Twitter because I did not tag him in my phone was quickly overrun with notifications by people screaming, "What is a woman?" in my mentions. People yelling, "Why can't you answer the question? Just answer the question." Despite the fact that a lot of people in my mentions and I myself were actually telling them the answer to the question, because again, they just want to be affirmed in their own beliefs and not actually hear the answer that people are willing to give.
What is a woman? Somebody who socializes themselves as a woman. There. Done. It's like, it's not fucking hard. Somebody who socializes as a woman. That is a woman. Not fucking hard.
While also denying that we are giving the answer. And that in and of itself was a lot to deal with, to have hundreds of thousands of people dogpiling on you, asking a question that you already answered numerous times and they could find themselves. But all they want to do is just harass a trans person with this question that they don't even want to hear the answer to. But it went even beyond that. I had tons of people calling me mentally ill, dehumanizing me, calling me ugly, disgusting, a monster, a child groomer. All people that had no idea who I actually was before Matt even retweeted me, and still didn't know who I was even after. I was just the trans that Matt had retweeted and thereby instilled in them that they should go after me. But even worse than that, I had people come to my YouTube comments to tell me to 41% myself, a commonly used phrase by transphobes to refer to an incorrect study that states 41% of trans people commit suicide. So these people were telling me to go kill myself. I had actually intended to get some editing and work done that day, but I couldn't. I had to turn everything off and focus on this, and then go out from my house just so I didn't have a mental breakdown from it. I had to spend the entire day before Pride Month, a week before a surgery intended to give me joy, trying to wrestle with the nonsense Matt Walsh sent my way with a single retweet. It was honestly a lot to deal with. Luckily, or perhaps sadly, I'm used to this sort of thing, being a trans woman with a platform. I've gotten this for everything that I've done videos on, whether it be on topics like Dave Chappelle, which will naturally attract the transphobes coming after me, or simple videos on Star Trek, saying that, of course a trans would like modern Star Trek and attacks on my humanity, even there. All this showcases the shit that every trans person, no matter what they're talking about or what they're doing, receives daily just for being trans. Something that Matt Walsh constantly likes to throw gasoline on the fire of. On that note, I know many trans women who sent me messages that very day that I got retweeted, who also got retweeted by Matt Walsh, and got the same amount of transphobia that I got, with no resources or awareness of how to deal with it that I do. But as I said, Matt Walsh is just one example of someone throwing gasoline on the already lit fire. Harassment of trans people online and in public spaces is continually on the rise. All it takes is being publicly visible as a trans person either online or in person. or even if someone suspects that you're trans. There is a reason that the attempted suicide rate and the actual suicide rate for trans people, while not 41%, is still higher than the rest of the population. And it's not because we're trans, it's because of the endless waves of harassment and bullying that we face due to being trans. But even that is just the tip of the spear that Matt Walsh is trying to throw at us. Because in this segment, Matt also is calling for systemic violence against trans people as well, exemplified by him yelling at the school board for trans-inclusive bathroom policies.
As the wonderful YouTube channel Some More News recently brought up in one of its videos, this event that Matt was speaking at was done so that Matt could call this school board child groomers, and eventually sent harassment and attention their way. Yet the only reason that he did this to this board was because a 9th grade girl at the school was assaulted by what Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire tried to suggest was a trans girl, though it was not. An absolutely horrible event, but it was a cis man who entered the bathroom, not a trans person. Yet, instead of working to try to get to the truth of the matter, or working to try to make bathrooms safer for all women and all people, trans or not, as I discussed earlier that he could have done, he instead took it as an opportunity to build his own brand and make it seem like he was speaking truth to power against the true evil of society by railing against trans people. Yet Matt didn't stop here. He's done even more. Recently, he's targeted more violence at institutions trying to be affirming to trans people. Just these past few months, Matt Walsh, along with libs of TikTok, worked to spread lies and misinformation about Boston Children's Hospital, creating misinformation campaigns around it, saying that the hospital was giving irreversible surgeries to transgender kids, harming them against their will. Rhetoric that is reflected in the entirety of the What is a Woman film that we've been talking about.
Children's hospitals around the country are butchering, mutilating, and sterilizing their young patients. So according to Boston Children's Hospital, literally every toddler who has ever been born or will ever be born is trans.
What the?
Now, it seems like they're casting the wide...
No, they did not say that. You're saying that. That is the dumbest fucking lie ever.
...greatest imaginable net in order to catch the most children they can and put them all on a path to sterilization and butchery before they can even talk? Well, that's because that's exactly what these monsters are doing. And they've done it up until this moment without much resistance from the public. But that has to end.
Oh my god. Can we help exploring the Holos for a minute? Exploring. Help him. Help him. Take your mouse and drag it, okay? Like this. To the time thing, you know, the dot. Drag it all the way up to the edge where the stream is. You'll catch up. Tom, I don't know, your name's not Thomas. Who are you? I forget. Adam? No. I forget who you... Wait. Who are you? Exploring the Holos. Name yourself. Andrew, thank you. I'm like, Adam, Thomas, no, Andrew. Just, I don't know. Andrew. Drag it. If you're on your phone, take your finger, drag it up, or refresh. I'm like a parent, like with multiple kids' names. Damn it. You don't have to. All right. I mean, a bunch of it, I'm like going to the bathroom, like just. All right, we'll get there. We have
to stop making it so easy on them. And that's why I'm in the very early stages of trying to organize a national coordinated effort to fight back against this evil. It's really just a matter of where do we begin. Maybe we begin at Boston Children's Hospital.
This information wasn't true. While the hospital had trans-affirming clinics, surgeries were only available to those over 18 who consented to them, or those sometimes younger, as long as they had parental and doctor consent as well. But for those under 18, they just provided education, therapy, and safe drugs like puberty blockers that were entirely safe. Yet this misinformation that Walsh spread eventually led to the mass harassment of the Children's Hospital staff and even a bomb threat. Quite literally, by framing trans people and those giving trans-affirming care as the powerful villains, it led to the endangerment of trans kids, the endangerment of all the children at that hospital, and the hospital's staff, which is entirely disgusting. Even beyond that more immediate issue, though, this harassment led the hospital to take information for trans patients off their websites, creating a barrier for trans people that were seeking life-affirming medical care, meaning that the repercussions go well beyond just the people who were at that hospital when this all happened. It snowballs even further. It's truly disgusting.
Yet this is also indicative of a larger trend. Between January and March of 2022, 238 anti-transgender bills were filed across the United States, with many more being made.
And of this year, over 400.
Since then. From bans against trans people in sports, to banning education about trans issues, to labeling parents trying to get trans-affirming healthcare for their children as child abusers. Proponents of these bills use the same language as Matt, saying it's about protecting children, parents' rights, religious freedom, or more other made-up nonsense just meant to obfuscate the fact that these are targeting and going after trans people. And they all cite the same faulty stories and ideas and messages as Matt did throughout his entire film. All this again leads to the denial of rights and disenfranchisement of trans people around the United States and world. All something that Matt is arguing for in this section of the film. But it gets even worse. Because with things like the groomer narrative that has taken hold in the right, something that Matt is leaning into whenever he talks about the trans is coming for your kids throughout the video, when you tell people in such hyperbolic language about things like the mutilation of children by the transes and the absence of love by trans people towards children, it's not going to stop at systemic violence or harassment. These people have been led to believe that children are in danger. And yes, the idea of, oh, protect the children is a very time-honored trope that people have used to discriminate against minorities for forever.
I was born of heterosexual parents. I was taught by heterosexual teachers in a fiercely heterosexual society with television ads and newspaper ads, fiercely heterosexual, a society that puts down homosexuality. And why am I homosexual if I'm affected by role models? I should have been a heterosexual. And no offense meant, but if teachers are going to affect you as role models, there'd be a lot of nuns running around the streets today.
But it has been because it's an effective one. We like to care about kids, protecting children, some of the most vulnerable people around us. And so while these people don't understand that what they're actually doing is hurting many trans-affirming kids and other kids on the side as collateral in this fight, they do try to enact out anger and vitriol and violence in the name of protecting children. Hate crimes against trans people recorded by the police in the United Kingdom have increased by 81% over the past 2 years. The FBI in 2021 found a 6% increase in hate crimes against trans people, and fatal violence against trans people has also increased, particularly in Texas, Florida, and Georgia, areas where anti-trans rhetoric has been increasingly effective. And it increased considerably just this past year. And this physical violence happens to us because we are trans, regardless of how much we even try to conform to the laws and stigmas put upon us. For example, a 20-year-old trans man was forced to use a women's bathroom in a Preble County campground in Ohio, something he was advised to do by the campground staff, even though that wasn't something that he wanted to do. And yet he did it anyways, to try to conform to what he was told to do. And as a result, he was promptly
stealing
beaten
snacks
by a group of
from my
cisgender
roommate.
men who came to protect the cis women. Again, showcases how this protect the white cis woman is often used as justification.
Honestly, it's so upsetting. Let's have a beer and some chips.
For enacting violence against minorities, often people of color, as well as trans people, of which this man was both. Matt Walsh claims that trans people have all the power. But does any of this sound like power to you? Matt Walsh likes to claim that everyone in society caters to trans people, that we're canceling everyone or harming the children. But if we can't even stop Dave Chappelle from getting 4 more Netflix specials and, get people to respect something as simple as our pronouns on Twitter, how do you think we have any real power? Yes, certainly, we can make a stink on Twitter every once in a while, something that Tucker Carlson or Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro will love to say is like, oh, look how much power the trans people have. They're trying to make you conform with their mind control on Twitter, trying to ruin your free speech. But is that actual power? The fact that we made
What? Who sounds drunk and tired? What? Oh, because you were listening to everything like super fast. So now it seems like, okay, I'm like, what? I'm like, I just cracked this. What the hell, man? That's funny. All right.
Finally get heard and vilified every time that someone just actually actively targets us and harasses us. Yes, we're being heard a little bit more nowadays, but that's not because we suddenly have all the power and trying to get everyone to conform to us. It's because you didn't hear about us before, because we weren't given a voice at all in the discussion about us.
Right.
And the fact that we have some now doesn't mean we suddenly have all the power. It just means we're trying our best not to be beaten into the ground quietly. Matt wants his audience to see trans people as violent, horrific, harmful, and powerful to justify them taking action against trans people, to enacting violence against trans people. Unless you think I'm being over the top and hyperbolic, this isn't a supposition. This is a segment from the final chapter of Matt Walsh's book version of his film, which, by the way, is available now for $28.99, which is a ridiculous amount for a book that's only...
That's dumb.
233 pages? Like, Lord of the Rings, this is not. And the chapter is titled The Rebellion.
Gender theory is evil, and what it is doing to children is evil. It is a monumental contradiction of logic and absence of love. If you truly cared about people, you wouldn't indulge in their self-destructive fantasies. You wouldn't promote the mutilation of children. You would help people embrace the truth. And you would protect our kids, no matter the consequences. They attempt to rule by propaganda, fear, and force, but they have awoken a sleeping giant. We are not afraid of them and will take down their degenerate reign of terror.
There's just...
That sounds like religion, not logic.
In these words. And it honestly angers and upsets me. Who harms the children when you take away the care that saves trans kids' lives?
Right.
Who is absent of love when you label parents trying to care for their children as child abusers?
Right.
Who is denying the truth when all you do is peddle lies to your audience? But make no mistake, Matt Walsh's words are chilling. They are a call for active hatred, bigotry, and violence, and I do not say this lightly. They, along with the words of many right-wing people attacking trans people, are making a call for a genocide. This is the end goal of all of this rhetoric. We may be in the middle stages of this fascistic rhetoric, but do not mistake this. They are identifying and categorizing who they wish to target. And Matt Walsh has done a great job at the beginning to pass out the pink triangles.
Yeah. Yeah, give me a pink triangle, thanks.
Do I think that giraffes are no, but it's complicated.
Ladies and gentlemen, as they say in Deutschland, it's time for Cooking with Fascism.
Hi, welcome to Cooking for Fascists, the only show that won't ruin your Christmas by trying to tell you that your gingerbread men are actually gingerbread women, and where we all know everything is going to be all right. Right. I'm your host, Bo L. Woman. I hope you all enjoyed last week's meal where we combined together church and steak, but today we're gonna bake something extra special, something that your man will love, mostly because it means you never left the kitchen. Speaking of women, let's start where all life starts, with some eggs. You just pop them into the bowl, yeah, like that. It's gonna be the whole egg, no just parts of this egg, it's gonna be the whole thing. Then it's time to add some sugar. Almost like you're fertilizing the eggs with sweetness. There we go. Just just a little bit. Now, it's at this moment when your cookie has a soul, and its gender was determined by the big baker in the sky. In fact, it's never too early to get them started. So, let's throw in the key ingredient. A King James Bible into this mix. This is the most important part. Stir it around in there, really make sure that they're getting their Genesis and their Exodus, and they're really learning all about it. Yeah, there it is. Oh, look at that. Isn't that just lovely? Oh,
Yes, beautiful.
I'm so excited for this recipe.
Mwah.
And now, this is the most important part of the recipe, because we're going to set this aside for 9 months. Don't forget to set a timer. It looks like it's actually been 9 months. I know that not from the timer, but because it was the last time I even thought about my husband being able to give me an orgasm. I'm pretty sure that female pleasure doesn't exist. Anyways, let's see what we got going on here. It looks like our special ingredient
Is
of
that a
the
shadow
King James
slip?
Bible has us started and managed to let our little bundle of joy here survive the baby murdering liberals out there. Now we just need to add in some flour.
Baby murdering liberals.
Now we just get in there with our hands, because heaven knows that a mother's job should just get her hands nice and dirty in the kitchen. Look at that. Oh yeah, just mix that in there. Oh yeah. Isn't that beautiful? Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, the miracle of life, everybody. Now remember, ladies, once this is all said and done, it's our job to make sure it's taken care of for the next 18 years. Because it's not our husband's job to help out. What the hell? What am I wearing? Where am I? Anyways, you'd think, given the darkness and power of the last section of the film, that emotional catharsis and call to fight back against trans ideology would be the end of Matt's argument. But if we left off our discussion of this movie there, we'd be ignoring the most critical ingredient, the question itself. What is a woman?
Kate saying this is genius. I'm telling you, y'all, like, Jessie Gender, like, is a fucking artist. Like, this is a fucking 4-hour long thing, and it's done so well. It's, like, really informational, and then it's, like, it's super cinematic, too. Like, you got all these, like, that whole big break with, like, the scary stuff going on, like, that was really cool. Like, and the style of this, like, makes it interesting. And what's interesting, too, is, like, wearing the fake Matt Walsh beard the whole time. It, like, after 4, like, hours, when I saw Jessie Gender in other pieces, I got so accustomed to the fake beard, I'm like, whoa, your face. Anyways. This is why she's one of my favorite creators.
Yes, we've gone this whole video and even my first video without even answering the question that Matt has been asking this entire time. A fact that many commenters like to point out on my first video.
You still didn't answer the question. You're just trying to avoid it and spread this BS to manipulate people and make them more depressed. Especially kids.
You know, I skimmed through your video and couldn't help to notice that you never answered the question, what is a woman? You could have saved our time and brain cells by answering it and debunk Matt's whole ideology.
You spend an entire video and never answer the question. Unlike Matt Walsh, all you do is typical propaganda, bashing a person.
Oh yeah, there's actually, like, Jessie Gender doesn't do this on her own. She has a team of people. Like, she has, like, script editors and, like editors and, like, people that help her out with this. I mean, she writes the initial thing, but, like, you know, like, there's a team behind this.
Why not straight up answer his question to shut him up?
So to all of you who asked, don't worry, I'll try my best to answer that question myself by the end of this segment. But let's see what Matt's answer to the question is first. Because after all of this, everything that we've been discussing this entire time, he goes home to his wife at the end of the film and asks her the question. And this happens.
What is a woman?
An adult human female who needs help opening this.
What the?
Now,
What
there are
the-
two important things going on in that clip, and
Turn
we'll
myself
get
down
to
a
the
bit. I
second
feel like
one.
I'm too loud.
But first, let's take it at face value. She answers adult human female.
Here's where this gets so good. I remember this part. We're going to start breaking down what is an adult human female. And this is where I'm like, yes! Philosophy! Logic! Love it. I have to pee so much because I keep drinking so much fucking root beer. It's so delicious though, and it's sugar-free. I was like trying to find like a sugar-free drink and like to drink, you know, like a 0-calorie drink. And I got like bored of sparkling water, so I'm like, let me like check out, you know, the 0-calorie sodas. And so I'm like, let me do like root beer. And I love it. I love it so much. I'm like, I have to have it like all the fucking time. Oh, Lee says, why does this make me feel like I need help? Is there yeah, I know, right? Help! Help! We need an adult! Help! Help! Help, I need an adult. I need an adult beverage. Yeah, that's why I cracked the beer. But I'm like I'm still into my root beer because it's still cold. And I don't want it, because if I let it waste, then it's gonna go bad. Mark! The wording of that is so fucking funny. I need to see a stupid beard open her pickle jar. His beard is stupid. Why is his beard stupid? Like, there's literally, like, no other word. It's just dumb. Look at his dumb beard. God, what is that? It's like a fucking rat on his face. No, stop it.
That is the answer that relieves Matt. It's the one he's wanted the entire film. It's a simple 3-word answer. A simple answer to a simple question. As Matt has tried to argue his entire film, that is the answer that denotes
his beard looks no different than her fake Matt Walsh beard. It's like the same thing. It's like he has a fake beard on.
The truth. The one that nature tells all about, apparently.
I like to come out here to think. Nature seems to always tell the truth.
The definition, adult human female, encapsulates the idea of a woman totally and well, according to Matt. It denotes the biological reality of the world, the biological reality of women. It's not the crazy answers of the gender ideology that use circular logic like Professor Patrick's earlier, a woman is someone who identifies as a woman.
You stood up here and said trans women are women.
Yes.
Tell me what you mean. What is a woman?
Womanhood is something that, just as Ethan explained, I cannot define because I am not
But
myself.
you used the word, so what did you mean when you said trans women are women if you don't know what it means?
Right? So here's the thing. So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify as a woman. Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term. It includes people who...
That describes what?
People who identify
Honestly,
as a woman.
their beard is way more...
as what?
Like, that beard is gorgeous.
What is that?
Matt's
It's
beard
3 words. Adult, human, female. All easily defined. Or are they? I mean, For example, what is an adult?
This is why I say, what is a woman? Somebody who socializes as a woman. I don't even say identify because people get triggered. It's like somebody who is socializing as a woman.
When is someone an adult? The definition of an adult is generally accepted to be 18 today, but that wasn't always the case. Some cultures had adulthood being younger. Even our culture had adulthood being younger until very recently. Some cultures even said that you need to have a ritual, a rite of passage to be able to become an adult. Take for an example a bat mitzvah for women in Jewish cultures, which happens before they're 18. So what exactly is an adult?
So right now, we're going to break all three of these down. First, we're going to talk about what is an adult.
But also, what is a human? This is a question that goes back to the early days of Greek philosophy. Much like Matt Walsh tries to define woman, Plato himself tried to answer the question, what is a man? Which, by the way, he equated manhood to all of humanity, which also belies how much of our gender constructs have worked to dehumanize anyone other than men. But Plato tried to define humanity by saying a featherless biped was the answer, simplifying the definition as best he could. But then one of his students rightly pointed out a plucked chicken could fit this definition. In fact, he flung a featherless chicken on the table in front of everyone for all to see that was his definition. One would imagine that if they were to do that today, Matt Walsh would probably just throw out his dick to say what is a man. Anyways, because of this, Plato had to change his definition to a featherless biped with broad flat nails, which still doesn't fully seem...
Isn't it Diogenes that, like, he's the best? Behold, a man! He slaps a fucking plucked chicken on the table.
To work to my mind? I mean, what if we met an alien who also had nails? Is that alien also still a human? So even that question, what is a human, raises more questions and curiosities about the definition. But also, what is, in the words of a Ferengi, a female?
Women are the enemy, and we treat them accordingly.
Is it someone born with XX chromosomes? But there are some people who do have XX chromosomes, but also have hormone imbalances, and so they're born with a penis. Are they female? And if so, does that make them women? Or are they men because they have a penis? Also, there are some humans born with XXY chromosomes, but are still born with a vagina. So are they not female? Or are they ultimately still women? Or maybe a female is someone born with a vagina. But if that's the case, then what was all this arguing about nature and science tells the truth that Matt Walsh has been on about if you're just going to ignore biology anyways? It seems to cut against your argument to ignore people's chromosomes if that's the basis for the rest of your argument.
Also, if Matt wants to argue that nature tells the truth...
Nature seems to always tell the truth.
There are animals in nature that present differently in different social situations, like monkeys, for example. Or there are also animals that can literally change their sex, showcasing the malleability of concepts like gender and sex in nature outside of humans.
Not to mention the easy question to ask here is, do you know someone's chromosomes or genitals when you're interacting with them? Many trans women are treated as women without anyone knowing either of those things. So are they women or are they not women? Would you invalidate a cis woman's womanhood if she turned out to have XXY chromosomes her entire life but has thought and believed that she was a woman her entire life as well? There's so many questions and I could go much further and break it down more, but I think that the point is made. The phrase adult human female is just as flawed and limited a definition of womanhood as any other. While clearly the point of the question that Matt is trying to get at is to exclude trans women from that definition of womanhood, it's also going to exclude...
I mean, adulthood, look. Adulthood is defined in many different cultures very differently. In most cases, as a rite of passage, or like some sort of ritual, or just some sort of marker. So what is an adult? Very much varies. What is a human, as was explained, kind of goes back to Socrates and things like that, trying to define man by something very simplistic as like a featherless bipedal, to which Diogenes was like, took a plucked dead chicken, slapped it on the table, says, behold, a man. Like, so what is a man? We still don't have a defined terminology for that. And then what is a woman? Or, you know, like a woman, if you're going to try to define a woman by chromosomes, that doesn't work. Are you trying to define it by genitalia? That also doesn't work.
ability to procreate, that doesn't work. some cis women as well. There's no definition you could come up with that's just going to exclude trans women, but also include every other cisgender woman. But we all know what the real goal is here. So then, all this begs the question, what is my answer to the question, what is a woman? And I am going to tell you right now, I don't have one definitive way to answer the question. Yep, I admit it. Us leftists can't actually answer the question, what is a woman? I knew it! And we can't encapsulate it simply because the answer isn't simple. I mean, I could give you the...
That's what I mean. I say a woman is anybody who socializes as a woman, and then you're like, well, what does that mean? Like, what exactly is a woman? It's so vastly flexible and different and just, like, has many different facets to it. Like, you can't just define it simplistically. And if you can, you just have to say it's somebody who socializes as a woman. It's subjective. It's totally subjective. And that's the whole point of this. You're right, Andrew. It is subjective. The whole point of this is that sex is just biological parts. Sex is just your crotch. Whatever. Gender is a social construct. Gender is an idea. A woman and a man is an idea. It's a set of behaviors. It's you know, it's something that really has no relation to the parts that we have. So it's gender is subjective. Gender is subjective. Gender is nuance.
The answer that Professor Patrick provides briefly in the film.
It's actually a really simple answer, and that's a person who identifies as a woman.
But what are they identifying as?
As a woman.
But what is that?
As a woman.
Do you know what a circular definition is?
But that answer is oversimplified, something that I think Professor Patrick himself would agree with, considering he tried to give a longer answer earlier, even though Matt tried to cut over it.
The social sciences today is that sex refers to...
Kate, that's very beautifully put. One who feels a stronger connection to their feminine archetype. I think that's a beautiful definition. Somebody who feels a strong connection to the feminine archetype. I think that's very beautifully stated.
A set of biological characteristics.
In fact, that would be good. What is a woman? Somebody who takes on the feminine archetype. Boom.
And gender is a social construct or category. What I think is often misleading about that characterization is allowed to be sort of messy and complicated. But in that framing, when you split them up into these wholly discrete constructs, studies scholars, and really more specifically...
You notice how he's taking this man's very logical explanation and editing it by weaving it out with this, like, music and just making it seem like he's just going on in a sea of bullshit. Like... Matt is editing this purposefully to make this guy seem like he's talking out of his ass, when actually this guy is doing a very good job giving Matt Walsh his time to explain, you know, what's going on. And Matt Walsh is wasting his time. This is why Matt Walsh's project, What is a Woman, pisses me off, because he wastes people's time. He wastes their time and energy, and I think that's very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I mean, I get interviewing somebody that you have, like, different views with and that, like, goes against, like, your ideology and stuff. But, like, surely, like, let them speak. Don't edit it out and make it seem like they don't know what they're talking about. Clearly, there's a lot of this conversation, a lot of what this guy is saying that we're missing, and Matt Walsh is purposefully leaving it out. Shameful.
People who study gender and sex, we're not talking about sexuality right now. In the kind of academic universe that I travel in is that we see how deeply gendered ideas, cultural ideas about masculinity and femininity, maleness and femaleness, both in humans and in lots of other animals.
And as Matt points out, though, this definition of woman is someone who identifies as a woman is using woman in the definition. We could improve the definition by saying that a woman is someone who identifies as a gender that is most closely linked with femininity, But is that answer enough too? I mean, I also believe that gender is a social construct, something that is about the interaction between people. So is identifying as a woman enough to make someone totally and completely a woman, or does it need to have a social aspect as well? I mean, I am a woman, but if I'm not seen as a woman by others when I go out into the world, like if I went into a conservative area and they knew I was a trans woman and wouldn't treat me as a woman, then am I really a woman? At least in that context? Does the definition of woman change between different social settings? And there are so many ways I could keep adding and defining and manipulating this definition of a woman to try and fit more and more ways and contexts that it could fit into, but ultimately it's a complex question with no easy answer. And that's why I think that trying to define it in one simple 3-word way is limited. There are tons of videos on YouTube, like Lily Alexander's excellent one, that explores the complexities of this question. But let me just say right here, I cannot completely answer the question of what is a woman. Yeah, take that, meme it, put it out there, say leftists admit that they can't admit what a woman is. Yes, you can do with that clip what you will. But what I will say is that's amazing.
Has anyone heard Matt Walsh himself answer this question? Yes. Matt Walsh's definition of a woman is adult human female. And that's why we broke that down. We broke it down that we don't know what an adult is because an adult in many different cultures is many different things at many different ages. We don't know what a human is because ancient philosophers even tried to define what man is, and they didn't even really got that. And then the woman, we don't know what that is because if you try to define it by chromosomes, I mean that doesn't work. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, so that's what Matt Walsh is trying to say. Adult human female. That's what a woman is, which is incorrect. And a woman is somebody who it just socializes as a woman. No, you're not slow. No, you're not being slow. No, that's a very good question, because there's so much of Matt Walsh's bullshit being spittled out that you're just kind of like, whoa, wait, what? What does he actually say? No, you're totally fine. Kate says, I wouldn't consider myself as an adult till I was 25 years old. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm an adult now. I guess I am kind of. I felt like an adult in my 20s. I'm 35. I just turned 35, last month. Am I an adult? No. I guess, I don't know. What do we mean by adult? Because I am responsible. So if we're talking in terms of responsibility, I am responsible, but I mean, I don't think I'm necessarily I don't know. Yeah. What is an adult? What does an adult mean? What does it mean to be adult? I mean, I pay my bills. I brush my teeth. My body is matured. I guess that should be an indicator that I'm an adult. Adults aren't real. Adult is not real. My body is mature. I guess that's where I'm an adult. Mentally, socially, I mean, I've come across a lot of people older than me, twice my age, even 3 times my age, who act like fucking 12-year-olds, so I don't know. Am I a soldier in the War of the Mind? I guess. More like a flute piper.
The fact that I can't easily define what a woman is actually amazing to my mind. The fact that the universe is so full of mysteries and so hard to explain, to know that the answers to questions lie beyond my grasp. And
hold on, I like this. I'm gonna backtrack it because I think this is a good thing to go into.
More, but I think that the point is made. The phrase adult human female is just as flawed and limited a definition of womanhood as any other. While clearly the point of the question that Matt is trying to get at is to exclude trans women from that definition of womanhood, it's also going to exclude some cis women as well. There's no definition you could come up with that's just going to exclude trans women, but also include every other cisgender woman. But we all know what the real goal is here. So then, all this begs the question. What is my answer to the question, what is a woman? And I am going to tell you right now, I don't have one definitive way to answer the question. Yep, I admit it. Us leftists can't actually answer the question, what is a woman? I knew it! And we can't encapsulate it simply because the answer isn't simple. I mean, I could give you the answer that Professor Patrick provides briefly in the film.
It's actually a really simple answer, and that's a person who identifies as a woman.
But what are they identifying as?
As a woman.
So what is that?
As a woman.
Do you know what a circular definition is?
But that answer is oversimplified, something that I think Professor Patrick himself would agree with, considering he tried to give a longer answer earlier, even though Matt tried to cut over it.
The social sciences today is that sex refers to a set of biological characteristics, and gender is a social construct or category. What I think is often misleading about that characterization is allowed to be sort of messy and complicated. But in that framing, when you split them up into these wholly discrete constructs, studies stop.
This to me doesn't show that this professor is not speaking intelligently. This shows me that Matt can't fucking pay attention even if he wanted to.
And really more
it just shows how rude Matt is.
We're not talking about sexuality right now. In the kind of academic universe that I travel in is that we see how deeply gendered ideas, cultural ideas about masculinity and femininity, maleness and femaleness, both in humans and in lots of other animals.
And as Matt points out, though, this definition of woman is someone who identifies as a woman is using woman in the definition. We could improve the definition by saying that a woman is someone who identifies as a gender that is most closely linked with femininity, but is that answer enough too? I mean, I also believe that gender is a social construct, something that is about the interaction between people. So is identifying as a woman enough to make someone totally and completely a woman, or does it need to have a social aspect as well? I mean, I am a woman, but if I'm not seen as a woman by others when I go out into the world, like if I went into a conservative area and they knew I was a trans woman and wouldn't treat me as a woman, then am I really a woman? At least in that context? Does the definition of woman change between different social settings? And there are so many ways I could keep adding and defining and manipulating this definition of a woman to try and fit more and more ways and contexts that it could fit into, but ultimately it's a complex question with no easy answer. And that's why I think that trying to define it in one simple 3-word way is limited. There are tons of videos on YouTube, like Lily Alexander's excellent one, that explores the complexities of this question. But let me just say right here, I cannot completely answer the question of what is a woman. Yeah, take that meme, put it out there, say leftists admit that they can't admit what a woman is. Yes, you can do with that clip what you will. But what I will say is that's amazing. The fact that I can't easily define what a woman is,
this is beautiful.
Is actually amazing to my mind. The fact that the universe is so full of mysteries and so hard to explain, to know that the answers to questions lie beyond my grasp, and yet it is my privilege to spend a lifetime exploring them, to pursue learning more. That's why I do this job. It's what fills me with excitement. It's what fills me with joy. Doesn't it fill you with happiness to know that you have a lifetime to pursue the truth? Not Walsh's truth, but your truth and the truth of the universe. It should fill you with so much joy.
It does.
Yet, the people who Matt Walsh's documentary is for don't wish to hear that. They want the simplified 3-word definition because they want the world to be simple, put into little boxes so everything can fit into its proper place. No matter how much we point out that the definition that they give is incomplete, they won't budge because they need the answer to be simple. It's not a good faith question done to engender curiosity to see where the question leads, but a trolling tactic meant to either get the answer that they already want or laugh down at anyone who answers with more complexity than 3 words.
And notice how in so many of these real comments that I'm about to show you that were made on my first video on Matt Walsh, how these people, in trying to simply define women in a way that excludes me as a trans woman, often reduce women down to essentially just baby-making factories, and also have no seeming awareness that saying that a woman is someone who has a uterus or is someone who has the tools needed to give birth will actually exclude a lot of cis women as well, who are sometimes born without uteruses or certain parts of the reproduction process in their bodies. It all goes back to how women are just reduced to function, dehumanized objects that are simply baby-making factories to be protected by men. And if they aren't that, then they really aren't women.
And women in return are taught that their value lies within being able to reproduce. You see how fucked up this is? You see where the bigger conversation is about women being reduced to their value and their identity by their fucking functioning parts. But if there are cis women born without uteruses or born without the capability of being able to bear children, like, are they not real women? Are they not real women? Like, this is just weird. Like, why are we trying? And better yet, why are TERF women and other women trying so hard to fight to be reduced to their functions, to their reproductive functions? Why are women fighting so hard to be identified solely by the reproductive functions? That to me is weird. That to me feels like they're selling themselves short.
Even beyond those comments, though, there are still others that end up trying to give the simple answer of adult human female, but end up giving much more complexity to that definition without having the self-consciousness to recognize that they're doing so, showcasing that the term adult human female is itself a limited one.
Also, a woman is a human being that goes through a menstrual cycle to shift the levels of chemicals inside her body to become able to support a growing child body inside of her body.
The only point of this film was to establish that a woman is an adult human female, born with the necessary biological physiology to give birth. A human female is one that has ovaries, a uterus, a vagina, a pair of fallopian tubes, and a pair of breasts with functioning mammary glands.
A woman is a human born with a vagina. Scientists will be able to dig up your bones in 1,000 years and be able to tell if you were a female or not.
Well, I say only this. A woman is a mother, something that a man can't be, both physical and emotional. So cut the crap and fix your problems.
I looked it up. Women. An adult female human being. Female. Of or denoting the sex that can bear offspring or produce eggs.
Pretty simple. Man has a dick, woman has a vagina.
Sex and gender are the same thing. Some men are more masculine than others. Some women are more feminine than others. Some people have a mental illness that makes them want to be the opposite sex. If the truth makes you want to kill yourself, go ahead.
I have asked 100 people that online and never gotten a good answer. I have literally tried to be proven wrong on the daily. I never was and still haven't been. You forgot the... Yeah, never mind. My answer to what is a woman is adult human female. Simple as that. As for what a female is, the exact science I am not completely sure of since I'm not a biologist, but I have done research, and it seems to me it's the path you took in the womb. There is a channel that covers a lot of intersex conditions and how they fit into sex categories which are binary. I believe it's called Paradox Institute. It's very well explained there, and he does it better than I ever could. Simply put, though, it's defined by the female games, but an average person is not a biologist, which means they may not know about gametes, etc., so how can a normal person know if they're male or female? Unless we're born with a penis or vagina. That answer could be wrong, but it's right.
I've gotten some of these comments where you read it and it's so long, it's like blah, 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 and you're just like, dude, fuck off.
Most absolute indication of your sex. Conservatives can answer this question. You are the only ones that cannot.
Conservatives can answer the question. Funny how conservatives have, like, a very fast definition, and everyone else is like, gee, that sounds like shit. Alright, hold on, I have to pee again. I'm sorry, I have to pee a lot. I have to pee a lot. It's not my fault. I like beverages, okay? So, just for fun, I decided to ask my lovely cis man roommate, fuck you, door. Anyways, so just for fun, I just popped into my roommate's door, or room. He's a cis man. And I'm like, on the flash, tell me, what is a woman? And he immediately responded with, my nuts. So, there you have it. I'm like, what is a woman? My nuts. Which is, in code, for translation means, I don't care, women are women. D's. Yeah, exactly. He just totally D's nuts me. Did I all tell you when my mom D's nuts me? It was my birthday, and my mom got me, like, a gift certificate. She's like, I sent you the gift certificate. And then, like, a couple weeks went later, and I'm like, I couldn't find it. I'm like, Mom, did you send me that thing? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, I can't find it. Like, what is it? And she told me it was for like, it's a website that sells nuts, like different kinds of nuts, mixed nuts, whatever. So I look at the thing, like the little, you know how when you send somebody like a gift card, like virtually you can write a little note? And my mom was just like, you want some nuts? How about D's nuts? Like, did I just get D's nuts by my own fucking mother? What the hell? It's like my birthday. My mom just fucking D's nuts to me.
It's all because Matt looks at people who see the world with curiosity, with scorn. Walsh is loudly anti-intellectual. In his mind, higher education and the search for knowledge is a waste of time, obfuscating God-given simple truths.
Well, now I can say I've been to college. Glad I didn't pay for it. Is there anyone willing to give me a straight answer?
But really, when you look at the people who are trying to earnestly answer the question, what is a woman? There are millions of dedicated researchers, scientists, lecturers, students, labs, and more who are working hard to find knowledge and truth, who are part of...
No, you're fine. Is everybody fine? Are we good? Hey, Vegeta. Should we backtrack? Should we backtrack a little? Vegeta. I don't know if you all heard the story about my mom D's nutting me. It was funny, though. Don't feel dumb. Nobody may feel dumb in my chat. That's a rule. You are not allowed to feel dumb. Nobody is allowed to feel dumb in my chat. Okay, alright, I'll say it again. So, long story short, my mother sent me a gift card for my birthday. Virtually. I couldn't find it in my email. I asked her what it was for. She said it was for a nuts website, which was like where you can order like mixed nuts or like whatever, like raw nuts, salted nuts, like stuff. And then when you send somebody a virtual like gift card or something, you can write a little note, and in that little note my mom's like, need some nuts? How about D's nuts? And so my mom just totally fucking like D's nuts me. Fucking totally D's nuts me. I'm like, it's like she never says that to me. I'm just like, what the fuck? Fucking mom just D's nuts my ass. Anyways, we're gonna get back into our thing here. It is funny. I'm like my mom. My own mother. My mother just fucking D's nuts to me. What the fuck? It was so out of character. I'm like, what the fuck? I almost wanted, like, where did you even hear that? Like, woo. Oh, you're okay, Kim. We love you. Anyways, let's keep go. Let's keep going. All right.
Let me just say right here, I cannot completely answer the question of what is
Okay,
a woman.
I swear we
Yeah, take that
backtracked to
meme
this
and put it
point
out
like
there,
3
say,
times,
"Marcus,
but
admit
we
that
got
you
it
can't
now.
admit what a woman is. Yes, you can do with that clip what you will. But what I will say is that's amazing. The fact that I can't easily define what a woman is actually amazing to my mind. The fact that the universe is so full of mysteries and so hard to explain, to know that the answers to questions lie beyond my grasp, and yet it is my privilege to spend a lifetime exploring them, to pursue learning more. That's why I do this job. It's what fills me with excitement. It's what fills me with joy. Doesn't it fill you with happiness to know that you have a lifetime to pursue the truth? Not Walsh's truth, but your truth and the truth of the universe. It should fill you with so much joy. Yet, the people who Matt Walsh's documentary is for don't wish to hear that. They want the simplified 3-word definition because they want the world to be simple, put into little boxes so everything can fit into its proper place. No matter how much we point out that the definition that they give is incomplete, they won't budge because they need the answer to be simple. It's not a good faith question done to engender curiosity to see where the question leads, but a trolling tactic meant to either get the answer that they already want or laugh down at anyone who answers with more complexity than 3 words.
And notice how in so many of these real comments that I'm about to show you that were made on my first video on Matt Walsh, how these people, in trying to simply define women in a way that excludes me as a trans woman, often reduce women down to essentially just baby-making factories. And also have no seeming awareness that saying that a woman is someone who has a uterus or is someone who has the tools needed to give birth will actually exclude a lot of cis women as well who are sometimes born without uteruses or certain parts of the reproduction process in their bodies. It all goes back to how women are just reduced to function. Dehumanized objects that are simply baby-making factories to be protected by men. And if they aren't that, then they really aren't women. Even beyond those comments, though, there are still others that end up trying to give the simple answer of adult human female, but end up giving much more complexity to that definition without having the self-consciousness to recognize that they're doing so, showcasing that the term adult human female is itself a limited one.
Also, a woman is a human being that goes through a menstrual cycle to shift the levels of chemicals inside her body to become able to support a growing child body inside of her body.
The only point of this film was to establish that a woman is an adult human female, born with the necessary biological physiology to give birth. A human female is one that has ovaries, a uterus, a vagina, a pair of fallopian tubes, and a pair of breasts with functioning mammary glands.
A woman is a human born with a vagina. Scientists will be able to dig up your bones in 1,000 years and be able to tell if you were a female or not.
Well, I say only this. A woman is a mother, something that a man can't be, both physical and emotional. So cut the crap and fix your problems.
I looked it up. Women. An adult female human being. Female. Of or denoting the sex that can bear offspring or produce eggs.
Pretty simple. Man has a dick, woman has a vagina.
Sex and gender are the same thing. Some men are more masculine than others. Some women are more feminine than others. Some people have a mental illness that makes them want to be the opposite sex. If the truth makes you want to kill yourself, go ahead.
I have asked 100 people that online and never gotten a good answer. I have literally tried to be proven wrong on the daily. I never was and still haven't been. You forgot the... Yeah, never mind. My answer to what is a woman is adult human female. Simple as that. As for what a female is...
That draw of breath right there.
The exact science I am not completely sure of since I'm not a biologist, but I have done research, and it seems to me it's the path you took in the womb. There is a channel that covers a lot of intersex conditions and how they fit into sex categories which are binary. I believe it's called Paradox Institute. It's very well explained there, and he does it better than I ever could. Simply put, though, it's defined by the female games, but an average person is not a biologist, which means they may not know about gametes, etc., so how can a normal person know if they're male or female? If they have such word born with a penis or vagina. That answer can be wrong, but it's right 99.98% of the time. Having those things in your sex, but it's an almost absolute indication of your sex. Conservatives can answer this question. We're the only ones that cannot.
And it's all because Matt looks at people who see the world with curiosity. Walsh is loudly anti-intellectual. In his mind, higher education and the search for knowledge is a waste of time, obfuscating God-given simple truths.
Well, now I can say I've been to college. Glad I didn't pay for it. Is there anyone willing to give me a straight answer?
But really, when you look at the people who are trying to earnestly answer the question, what is a woman? There are millions of dedicated researchers, scientists, lecturers, students, labs, and more who are working hard to find knowledge and truth, who are part of a millennia-long tradition of knowledge-making that builds and supports every facet of the world we live in today. It's the people who realize that the truth isn't the point, but the search for knowledge is the point in and of itself. That is what life is, a search for truth, our truth, life's truth, the universe's truth. And Walsh has no context to understand that. In fact, it's contrary to his very point. Because there is another answer to the question of what is a woman that Matt Walsh gives. And it's a much subtler one. Matt's response to what is a woman is shown to us by the visual language of the film, by his spouse, a dutiful wife, literally cooking away in the kitchen where she's meant to be, too weak to even open up a jar of pickles without her husband. The film wasn't just about being a justification for violence against trans people, or to come up...
Do people really not, know how to open a jar of pickles? I don't know. Every time I can't open a jar of pickles, I've always, 99% of the time, had success with taking, the back of a butter knife and, banging around, the top of it, and then, it opens.
With a definition of woman that excludes trans women. While that is certainly the actionable item of the movie, the thing that Matt Walsh wants his audience to go and do, it's ultimately all in service of something more critical to Walsh. His argument for a return to traditionalist, patriarchal gender roles that place women as secondary and subservient. Behind all of these surface-level narratives of the film, this was the underlying intention of all of it. He spent the entire movie trying to justify how men and women are separate entities to each other, two beings that are vastly different. No amount of gender ideology could destroy this innate truth that he has subtly hinted at the entire film. Yet, by saying men and women are separate, he's also subtly but intentionally reinforced the idea of women into traditionalist gender roles. By arguing that there's a simple definition of what a woman could be, isn't there also then a way that a woman should act, should be in the world? And if you don't believe me in this, we can point out how he even ends the book version of the film, which he's selling now for $28.99, on this very idea. That certain
$30 for a shitty book?
Gendered roles for women are innate and natural. And he does so because it's Matt Walsh, by returning to that racist idea, primitivism.
As I walked around the hot, dry, and dusty village where everyone was commonly swatting bugs away from their faces, and where the sun felt like it was closer than anywhere else I'd ever been before, I couldn't help but notice that, nonetheless, everyone seemed happy. I thought about all the people in places like Europe and Canada and America who suffer from gender identity disorder, and my heart was heavy at the giant weight of unhappiness that seemed to permeate so many lives back at home. I decided to talk to the Maasai women about this. According to my culture, if anybody had a reason to be unhappy, it would be them. They were not allowed to act at all like men. They were expected to bear children, and their duties were at home. I was sure they had some complaints. A woman named Mary responded, no depression. People are very happy and friendly. My translator, Paul, told me she said that what makes them happy is one, having kids, secondly, having cows, what you can provide, what cows produce, and also being in one place, all sitting in a community, like a grove. That is happiness too.
Matt here is trying to reinforce with his My Friend the Black Tribe that women are just happy to be back in the kitchen or taking care of men and only are there in the world to bear children. That's where they're truly happy. It's all very Handmaid's Tale. But what I find interesting in all of this...
Mark says, had to go open a pickle jar. Mark, you are God's gift to women. Mark. That who can open a pickle jar. Surely, women would not survive without you.
Is to notice that in order to do this, Matt gives the answer to the question of...
We interrupt this program to bring you a breaking news bulletin.
Thank you, announcer voice from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
We interrupt this program to bring you Courage
Yes!
the Dog Show.
Oh my god. I haven't seen this cartoon in ages. That was a fucking art piece.
That was a reference for you millennials out there.
Mark, stop it, Mark. My beard opens pickle jars. The beard is just like...
I'm relatable. But sadly, we're not here to talk about a horror-themed children's cartoon. We're here to talk about a real-life horror man who likes to talk about children. You see, I'm interrupting this video that you've been watching.
Yeah, Lee's beard does it too. All beards open pickle jars, okay? That's what they're for. If you have a beard, you can open a pickle jar. If you don't have a beard, you cannot. This is science.
Because everything that you've seen up to this point was actually filmed weeks ago. And this video was only intended to be a breakdown of what is a woman the film and how the transphobic narratives that Matt Walsh peddles in it all build up an ideology
Super pickle opener, thank you.
white supremacist rhetorics. And we will continue with that discussion in just a moment. But as I was finishing up on this video, doing the editing and all that fun stuff, further news began to break, mostly uncovered by the fantastic organization Media Matters, around Matt Walsh that I think is entirely relevant to this conversation, that I feel like I would have been remiss if I didn't discuss and connect to our ongoing narrative around Matt Walsh's dangerous ideology. This is because a lot of this reporting has exposed his fascism that was previously only being discussed and hidden under commonly misunderstood anti-transgender talking points. So, let's quickly go over everything that's come out about Walsh in the past few weeks in a segment that I like to call Keeping Up with the Walshes. There's a lot, so we're gonna kind of rapid fire through all of this. From early 2010 through 2011, Matt Walsh co-hosted a radio show called the Matt and Crank program, along with his co-host Andrew Crank Murr, in a radio station in Georgetown, Delaware. It was a small radio show that had much less scrutiny than his current Matt Walsh show on the Daily Wire, and as such, Walsh at the time was more open about many of his beliefs that he's now currently more couching in acceptability politics and dog whistles. First and foremost, Media Matters uncovered that Walsh promoted the Great White Replacement Theory, ranting about the extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race.
So a 213% increase in Hispanic children in the next 40 years. That's insanity. That's actually the next 30 years. That's the current rate, right? Like, you know, if they do, you know, magically put up a wall or something of that nature, that number would probably come down a little bit, wouldn't it? Yeah, at the current rate, that's what they're looking at. The state's largest county, Harris County, will shed Anglos throughout the coming decades. Shedding Anglos. Yeah, something. And by 2040, Harris County will have about 516,000 fewer Anglos than the area in 2000. Okay, the specifics of the Texas demographics, not really important. But the point is, you see how, and we've heard this before. Maybe this is more dramatic than what we've heard in before. When no one's actually said it's over for us, we're done. Our race of people, we're singing our swan song right now. We're the last of the Mohicans, the last of the Anglos. He's the first one to jump to that conclusion. But all the studies we've seen, and just when you look around yourself, that's what you see. Now, there might be some people that say, well, okay, so what? Big deal. It's not, still people living here. So maybe the races mix a little bit, and it's no big deal. We all move on. Well, it is because we're all dying off. That's what the problem is. It's not that we're just, as the Mexicans come in, we magically meld with them and become like them. It's not like that. It's that we are dying off, just like any other species of animal does. We're dying, and the way
Dude, this is total, like, foundation of, like, KKK movements, shit like that. It's like the superior race, and any, like, integration of minorities or any other race or any other people or anything at all, it's just like, it's a threat to them. Matt Walsh, this is his core ideas. This is his core principles. This is why Matt Walsh is fucking insane.
that animals, there's two ways that animals die off. Well, three ways. One's disease, two is deforestation, or they lose their habitat, which, okay, look at us. And then the third one is that they stop reproducing. And usually all three of those things happen kind of simultaneously. And that's what's happening with us. The extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race is just like that.
For those of you who don't know what it is,
Matt Walsh is ultimately concerned with the destruction of cis white gender people. Cis white straight gender. No, sorry, I said that wrong, in the wrong order. That was the wrong order. White, cisgender, straight men. White, cisgender, straight men are terrified of anything else that's not like them. Terrified. And they will go out of their way and they will do anything within their power, and they have a lot of power to fuck everyone else over just to remain on top. They will throw everybody under the bus except for themselves. And when anything comes into the light, when anything else comes on stage that's not one of them, they feel threatened. They're sad little men.
the Great Replacement theory has been garnering more media attention lately, especially after it was one of the motivating factors of the recent mass shooting incident in a predominantly black neighborhood in Buffalo, New York, which is incidentally my hometown. However, the Great Replacement theory isn't something new. It's actually been a long-held belief in white supremacist spaces, that Jewish folks, black people, and other minorities are replacing white people, specifically Anglo-Saxon European white men. This racist theory has always held sway in many of these spaces, but it gained more prominence with French author Jean Rapal's 1973 novel, which became popular with right-wing groups as it told the tale of the apocalyptic coming of the destruction of the white race. By the 2010s, the theory had gained a large foothold in alt-right spaces, to the point where "You will not replace us" was a prominent slogan chanted at the Unite.
Oh no, Kate, no. Kate says this makes me hate that I'm a straight white woman. No, please don't. You can be proud of that. You can be proud of who you are. Like, it's okay. That's not the goal here. It's not the goal to make everybody feel so, like, I don't know, like ashamed of yourself. You shouldn't be ashamed of yourself at all. If you want to be you, that's okay. It's only people who have that identity, but they're not as sweet as you, and they're assholes. That's where it's wrong. I don't hate cis white women, or straight white women. Nobody hates them, but I see, but that's the kind of thing, they want you to feel like you want to feel ashamed of that. So don't feel ashamed of that. It's okay. The only thing that's not okay is expecting, other people to live the similar lifestyle. That's when it's not okay. But you're fine, honey. Don't you worry.
At the right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
This great replacement theory has since been pushed more and more into the mainstream on programs like Fox News and Tucker Carlson.
Lee says, listen, it's so crazy. I love white people. My first foster family was white. Father, white passes. White people can be loved. It's only these weird people who think the rest of the world hates them. Yes. And you know what? It's these people like Matt Walsh that want to make other white people think that the minorities are against them. Like, we're not against that. We're not against people being white and straight and cis. I'm not black. Sorry. I'm not black. That's not what I meant. I meant, like, because I'm trans, so, like, it's like, be white, be cis, be straight. Like, just don't be an ass. That's the thing. But, you could be proud of that. You can be like, I mean, maybe hold off on being proud to be white. Maybe not that thing. But, if you want to say, hey, I am a woman, I am a female, like, I love men, like, you go, girl. You go. Nothing wrong with that. It's when you say everybody else should like what you like, that's when it's wrong. Yeah, well, okay, so here's the thing. When you're growing up in this kind of environment, and then you're exposed to the counterculture that says, hey, this is very oppressive, this doesn't work, like, you can't act like this. I think the immediate reaction when you grow up in that environment is like, oh my God, what did I do? Did I do something? Did I, like, contribute to this? And subconsciously, probably. But if you're conscious to the point where you're like, this is a problem, you're on the right path, honey. You're on the right path.
The left and all the little gatekeepers on Twitter become literally hysterical if you use the term replacement, if you suggest that the Democratic Party is trying to replace the current electorate, the voters now casting ballots, with new people, more obedient voters in the third world. But they become hysterical because that's what's happening, actually. Let's just say it, that's true. I have less political power because they're importing a brand new electorate. Why should I sit back and take that?
Often these rhetorics are in relation to immigrants and used to stoke white anxiety with xenophobia, racism, and into extremism. So while showcasing this white replacement theory isn't exactly surprising. Lest you think that quote that I just played was something that he said many years ago and has since learned more about or stopped talking about, Walsh again actually reiterated this theory just this year in May.
Kay says, I've had horrible views in the past. Now I'm trying to right my wrongs. I've had horrible views in the past. I have. Totally horrible views. I think that's just a part of human life. We grow up with the circumstances and the environment that we're dealt with. We are dealt the cards we have. And we play them the best we can. And the more we become conscious of the game, the better we can play the cards.
2022.
Tucker Carlson and other conservatives have in the past pointed out that the Democrats have been very open about the fact that, they want to have, they want to minimize what they call whiteness in America. And they want to bring in voters, from other countries. They don't want voter ID laws.
Whenever I hear the term whiteness, for some reason, I just think of like a jar of mayonnaise, like hitting the ground and like exploding. I'm sorry, like that I just see like mayonnaise being slopped against the wall, like whiteness.
They don't want to. They want to be able to bring in the voters and have them vote because they know they're going to be voting Democrat. So they want to replace, especially white male voters, with voters who they think are going to be beholden to them. Now, this isn't a conspiracy theory. There's nothing wild or speculative about it. It's just a fact. And one of the ways that you know that it's a fact is because the left and the media, the New York Times, CNN, they've been very open about it many times. So if it is a theory, if the great replacement theory is a theory, then it's a theory propagated by the left.
Yet what is important to note is that we can go further with it, as Walsh on his show back in the early 2010s also argued for the need for 16-year-old girls to marry men and get pregnant, saying that they wished to settle down and start a family and that this was the time when they were most fertile. Yeah, just saying that sentence made me kind of want to vomit in my mouth a little bit.
Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile. Yeah. Okay? That's biological. That's a fact, all right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. Okay. But what happened recently, and this is the fourth fact, recently in the last 30 years or so, we decided that that's way too young to start a family. Why?
The sexualization of underage young girls by a grown man is entirely disgusting just on its face. But it's even more so.
I'm just taking this in. What? I mean, I know I've seen this before, but, like, it's a 4-hour long thing, and I saw it only, like, once, like, a while ago, so it's like, I'm just, like, reacting freshly a little bit, like, what did that motherfucker just say?
So, given the hypocrisy of it, coming from a man that's been recently lying about how young kids have been sexualized by the transgender cult and gender ideology.
Cis-hetero conservative people are so weird. Cis-hetero conservative people, just conservative people, they're so weird about sexuality. When it comes to homosexuals or trans people, they're so fucking sensitive about sexuality, but when it comes to themselves, it's easily spreaded and distributed and made digestible for children. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird.
Like we've been discussing this whole video.
For 10 years and up. Here's just one page I want you to see here.
For 10 and up, huh?
It's unspeakable what these people have done to our children.
When did that start? When was it decided that we need to start teaching kids about this stuff at such a young age?
Yet Walsh's breeding fetish and desire to control women through their bodies and reproduction cycles that reinforces their place as in the home and as simple reproductive tools to be used by men is another important piece of white replacement narratives. White replacement narratives often argue that it's a white man's duty to breed as much as possible to combat demographic changes. It's a very eugenic sort of way of looking at the world.
The extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race is just like that. Now, the solution is pretty simple. It's just, the solution is to freaking reproduce and have kids.
So we can see how white supremacist worldviews also tying into controlling women by reducing them to traditionalist gender roles that dovetail with the colonialist and sexist worldviews that Matt has espoused in What is a Woman that we've already been discussing, as well as his continually sexualizing and objectifying women at a younger and younger age.
17-year-old girls and 18-year-old girls that are still in high school or just getting into college, many of them want, biologically and metaphysically and with everything in their body, they want to settle down, they want to start a family, and that's always going to be that way no matter what you do.
And I think a good example as to why that's probably true is the horse behavior of these same-aged girls when they get to college. Sluts. They start, these girls, believe me, when I went to the University of Maryland, I was a little bit older than everybody. It was like you get there and you see these like innocent girls, and by the end of the year, it's just like the stories you've heard about them. It's like this internal need to breed, and it just comes out at the wrong time. They're out there.
Hold the phone.
By a grown man is
Hold the phone.
entirely disgusting just on its face.
Hold the
But
phone.
it's even more so given the hypocrisy of it.
Hold the phone. What the fuck did I just walk in on? Oh no. No. Not Timothy. Timothy, no. No. Timothy, we've been through this before. I wish you well. Please don't. Go away, please. Sorry. Timothy Arnold is an individual that just has brought nothing but weirdness. Just no. He's been gone for a while. I don't know how he came back. Okay. Not even a troll. Not even a troll. Just somebody that's just, for some reason, keeps making accounts, coming back, and just saying something really weird. And just not even to do with anything, like, it's just a thing, okay? If you see a Timothy Arnold, run. Oh. Mark says, sorry, my kid's tugging on me for attention. She's so cute. And I didn't see it. We rewinded. And we're backtracking. And Cassie's on a date. I know. I hope Cassie's date is going well. That's right. Cassie was like, hey, hi, everybody. I have to leave because I'm going on a date. And now it's like, Cassie's on a date. I think Cassie's on a date with a pretty lady. Oh, a pretty lady. I don't want. Sorry, I'm like teasing because she's my best friend. Like, we grew up together. Cassie's long gone, but yeah, no, Cassie. She's on a date with a pretty lady. So, hopefully, it's going well. A pretty lady.
Coming from a man that's been recently lying about how young kids have been sexualized by the transgender cult and gender ideology, like we've been discussing in this whole video.
For 10 years and up. Here's just one page I want you to see here.
For 10 and up, huh?
It's unspeakable what these people have done to our children.
When did that start? When was it decided that we need to start teaching kids about this stuff at such a young age?
Yet Walsh's breeding fetish and desire to control women through their bodies and reproduction cycles that reinforces their place as in the home and as simple reproductive tools to be used by men is another important piece of white replacement narratives. White replacement narratives often argue that it's a white man's duty to breed as much as possible to combat demographic changes.
Gross.
It's a very eugenic sort of way of looking at the world.
The extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race is just like that. Now the solution is pretty simple. The solution is to freaking reproduce and have kids.
So we can see how white supremacist worldviews also tying into controlling women by reducing them to traditionalist gender roles that dovetail with the colonialist and sexist worldviews that Matt has espoused in What is a Woman that we've already been discussing, as well as his continually sexualizing and objectifying women at a younger and younger age.
17-year-old girls and 18-year-old girls that are still in high school or just getting into college, many of them want, biologically and metaphysically and with everything in their body, they want to settle down, they want to start a family, and that's always going to be that way no matter what you do.
And I think...
No.
An example as to why that's probably true is the horse behavior of these same-aged girls when they get to
horse behavior.
College.
Sluts.
They start, these girls, believe me, when I went to the University of Maryland, I was a little bit older than everybody. It was like you get there and you see these like innocent girls, and by the end of the year, it's just like the stories you've heard about them. It's like this internal need to breed, and it just comes out at the wrong time. They're out there trying to get an education, but meanwhile,
they can't. Wrong time. That's to biology. That's the perfect time.
He might have said whorish.
That's when they're, like Matt said, is most fertile, but society has told you that when you're 18, that's when you're an adult, not when you're 16 or 17.
And that's the problem.
And then everybody else says that you have to go to college after that, which means you're technically not an adult till you're 22 or 23.
Right. Or even further than that. A lot of therapists and psychiatrists now say that adolescence lasts until you're 30 because of society, because the way society is set up, where you have a 17-year-old boy and girl, both 17, and they say, you know what, I want to get married right now. I want to start having a family, and society tells them like, well, wait a minute, no, but you still have college to get through. through. Then you got to get out of college and start a career for a little bit. And, you know, your parents will support you for a little bit. And then when you're about 27, then you can think about that. But that's just, but society telling the kids that, society is working against the tide of biology and civilization. And it can.
So when society tells kids or girls as young as 17 that they're not ready for a family, they should do something else. When 17-year-old girls, this is by Matt Walsh's logic, when 17-year-old girls are promiscuous or whatever, that means they're ready for a family and for marriage. And society is saying that they're not ready, and that's why the age for marriage and adult responsibility and childbearing should be lowered to underage. Meanwhile, Matt Walsh is arguing that trans people are indoctrinating children and sexualizing children. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things doesn't belong.
Not withstand it.
This need to constantly breed is also linked with things like controlling access to abortion and reproductive health care for women, showcasing how cisgender women and assigned female at birth people's bodies are often controlled through their reproductive systems as well, and constantly see women and assigned female at birth people as just breeding grounds.
All of this dovetails with how Matt discusses trans people, and specifically trans men's bodies. Remember how earlier I mentioned how Jordan Peterson discussed Elliot Page in his tweet? How Peterson framed Elliot as having no...
Okay, here's where I get sad. I mean, it's already super disturbing and sad that trans women are being portrayed as predators in the sense that they're just men trying to pretend to be women to get in women's spaces. That's fucked up. But the other fucked up spectrum is that whenever people like this look at trans men, they see them as just confused women that just can't handle being a woman. So they try to gain power by pretending to be a man. And it kind of gets very washed under the board. It's almost like trans men, and like, for me, I'm not a trans man. I am transmasculine. Transmasculine people like Elliot Page, we just get like washed away. We just get kind of like muddied up. We kind of get swept away in the breeze because we're just confused women, and in most ways we're sub-woman. We're just like we're not even a woman, we're sub-woman.
Agency in his choice to get his breast removed, despite the fact that it was Elliot's choice.
And how can I describe the fact that someone who was once a woman, and really still is, had her breasts cut off because she, he, they, their, them had fallen prey to a viciously harmful fad without using the appropriate sex-linked pronoun and the real name of the real person to whom this was really done with his, her, their voluntary but unfortunate acquiescence.
This is often how Matt Walsh and many conservatives speak about these types of trans-affirming surgeries for trans men.
So take my hand now and follow me down this rabbit hole. It's going to take us to some dark and horrifying places, but there are lessons to be...
Well, thank you, Catkin. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you seeing me. You know, transmasculine is something that I feel very comfortable with and I find very liberating. It's not the same thing as trans man. I'm not a trans man, but I am transmasculine, which means I am comfortable kind of identifying, leaning towards more masculine. But, you know, there's a lot of my femininity that I love to keep. So, you know, I love to look up to people like David Bowie or like Prince for that, like, really effeminate, sexy masculinity. That's the kind of thing I like. Especially Prince. My God. Prince is just like a total fucking style. Yoga Nature says, damn, subwoman concept. Yeah, it's sad. It's a sad concept. Subwoman is a really sad concept. Like, if woman isn't sub enough, you can get even more sub. Kim says, so do you consider yourself non-binary or gender fluid? Neither nor sorry for the questions. No, don't be sorry. So Kim, I am non-binary. I am non-binary and trans. And more specifically, I am transmasculine. So transmasculine is kind of a non-binary term. I am non-binary and trans, and more specifically, I am transmasculine. I am not a full trans man, but I am transmasculine to me in the sense where I am masculinizing my appearance and my expression, but there's still so much effeminate qualities, feminine natures to me that I like to keep too. So I like I said, I don't know, like I love David Bowie, I love like Prince. There's a lot more like people like that I kind of look up to for that kind of like look. Anyways, let's move on.
Learned along the way. And we begin in the present day.
Oh, and good night, Holos. Thank you so much for coming, exploring the Holos, who's has to go back to work. I hope you have a good time at work. We will see you later. Thank you so much for coming.
With a journalist who now goes by the name Gabrielle Mack and identifies as a man, though she is a biological female. Gabrielle is featured on the cover of the latest issue of New York Magazine in a story which she penned herself titled "My Penis, Myself." I didn't need a penis to be a man, we're told on the cover, but I needed one to be myself. Now, the article goes into graphic, gory detail about Gabrielle's quest to surgically masculinize herself in order to vaguely approximate the appearance of a biological male. I'll read only as much of the piece as is needed to get the point across. I will tell you that the first line is this: "On the day that I heard my penis would be huge, I sobbed." That's the first line. Yes, I mean, what man cannot relate to that experience? She still doesn't look at all like a man.
What?
Right? She has wide hips, kind of an hourglass figure. She's very small and petite. Now, she doesn't look like a woman, certainly, but neither does she look like a man. She's in sort of a gender purgatory. What we find...
Gender purgatory? No, Matt Walsh, the only gender purgatory is you. And why is there a fucking ant right here? Ant. Why? No, why? Ant! There's an ant, like, crawling on my fucking microphone. Dude, like, go over there in the carpet. Find some crumbs. I'm sure if you look hard enough, you'll find potato chip crumbs. What the fucking ant crawling on my shit? I hope you find some potato chip crumbs, dude. Like, please do not crawl upon my expensive things. No ants on my expensive things, okay? I have very, very, very few expensive things in my life. The expensive things in my life are, like, my microphone, my computer, and my, like, screen. And, like, that's it. And, like, can we not have ants on that? I didn't want to harm him. I just tossed him off into the oblivion. I don't know if he's a he. Probably. I don't know. Good luck, dude. What was I saying? I got totally distracted by the ant.
And is that we can reject...
Cassidy, the ant, wanted to be on stream. What a silly little monad on my fucking thing. Oh yeah, gender purgatory. Gender purgatory. That's sad.
The gift of our own physical selves by mutilating our bodies. But what we cannot do is create a new self. You know, when it comes to ourselves, we have only the power to maintain or destroy, not to create. Can any thinking human look at this disturbed person and listen to her story and conclude that sex change surgery is what she needed? Should it not be clear that her sickness is in the mind, not the body? Isn't that obvious for everyone who seeks out these kinds of procedures?
No.
It is, of course, but the argument starts to feel futile when you realize that the people pushing this kind of Frankenstein butchery aren't making any sincere attempt to help the mentally afflicted people who seek it out.
What the fuck do you mean, Matt Walsh? Didn't we already cover that, like, 72% of trans care, or not 72% of trans care, sorry. Out of all the trans care, 72% of that reduces the rate of suicide.
This highlights how conservative ideology often views trans men solely as women, who they also view as objects and baby-making factories, who need protecting from trans ideology, thus infantilizing trans men and ignoring that...
I gotta express, I actually had a comment last week. I had a comment. Now, I actually filter my comments. Why? Because I don't like abuse. Anybody who says I can't handle criticism in this context is just really saying, like, you won't take my abuse. So I don't take abuse. I don't take abuse on my YouTube channel. So I filter my comments. And one comment that was given to me just last week specifically said that I am confused and I just can't accept myself. And if I would just realize that I have a power to create life and get pregnant and have children, then I would feel more comfortable about myself. This stranger is telling me that I have to get impregnated in order to feel valid and human, in order to feel validated in my experience in life. If that is not the most gross, disgusting, fucking fucked up shit you've ever heard, I don't know what is. It's not. I don't want to get pregnant. That doesn't define me. That does not define me as a person, as an identity, by my ability to get pregnant. And I don't want to. I don't have any problem about anybody who does want to get pregnant. If you want to get pregnant, get pregnant. If you love that, great. I don't want that. And I don't appreciate people telling me that I'm missing something if I don't. See what I'm saying? Small rant, sorry. Moving on.
They have agency in their own decisions about their bodies. Matt also continually focuses on hysterectomies, a surgery that removes someone's womb being given to trans men as one of the prime surgeries that he wants to stop happening to trans men. This focus on the wombs of trans men highlights how, to Matt Walsh, the removal of a woman's reproductive function is the biggest affront, as he only views women and assigned female at birth folks' bodies, like trans men's bodies and lives, as only being worthwhile due to their reproductive ability. To remove a trans man's womb, in his eyes, ultimately removes their ability for their body to be controlled via white supremacist and patriarchal concerns. Even further, Walsh focuses on young trans men getting hysterectomies, as he did when he attempted to lie about Boston's children's hospitals doing that to trans people, which underscores how he focuses on under 16-year-olds' fertility. Thus, we can see how white supremacist narratives dovetail with control of not just women, but trans people as well.
Continuing on, though, Matt's older program also showcases his willingness to use violence to enact his political worldview.
Others had very specific goals in mind that they wanted to accomplish. It wasn't a generalized sense of outrage. It was, these are our goals that we want to accomplish. And by the way, they were willing to back it up with guns and violent force. If you want extreme things to happen, you have to be willing to go to extremes.
Most people will admit that we've been on this path not for a year because of Obama, not for 10 years because of Bush, not for 20 years because of Clinton, not Reagan, not Carter. We've been on this path for 100 years or more. We probably lost our republic after Reconstruction. If you want actual change that isn't going to reverse itself in 10 years or 5 years or in 1 year, then you do have to look at extreme action. And I will tell you the extreme action that I am now referring to. What needs to happen, I think, first and foremost, and it starts with taxes, doesn't it? It started that way with the revolutionaries. And by the way, you go to these tea parties, you got people there literally dressed up like it's a costume party, dressed up like our founding fathers, dressed up like Samuel Adams and so forth. They're the ones that keep harkening back to the revolutionary times. You're the ones, Tea Party people, that are comparing yourself in a not subtle way at all to the revolutionaries.
But then you forget what they did to accomplish their goals.
Right. I'm saying, okay, you guys are dressing up like revolutionaries. You're calling this the Tea Party. Don't you understand what they did? Even the Tea Party was an illegal act. It was trespassing and vandalism. Don't you get that? Okay, you don't compare yourself to them because you're not willing to do what they did.
Again, this just underscores the extremism that Walsh wishes to radicalize his viewers into.
While I myself am someone who does not believe that violence is never warranted, Matt Walsh combining his violent rhetoric with things like the white replacement narrative showcase what he is trying to ultimately use that violent rhetoric to uphold.
It's the exact sort of radicalization and willingness to fight against the people controlling you and controlling the system that I discussed What As a Woman was trying to do against trans people. And of course, since this controversy has broken, Walsh has doubled down on his words instead of recanting or apologizing.
So now it's my turn, and I expected that something like this might happen. It had to happen. I've been successful in fighting against the left's agenda, especially the trans agenda, and especially recently. Those who support the sexual mutilation of children know full well that I am a threat to them because we're winning and they're losing, and they know that too. And they can't engage with our arguments. They can't oppose us on the battlefield.
No, they can oppose you on the battlefield, Matt Walsh. They can engage you in your arguments. You just don't want to listen, Matt Walsh. You know why you don't want to listen, Matt Walsh? Because you're a creep. You're a dick. You're an asshole. And nobody wants to deal with you seriously. Because you've already proven that you waste professional people's times. I love it when people argue, well, nobody wants to engage with me, therefore I win. It's like, have you ever considered the fact that you're just a dick? People don't like me because I always tell the truth. Do you always tell the truth, or are you just an asshole?
Of ideas. So instead they look for another way. And now they're convinced they found their kill shot against me by using the same method they always use, which is digging up ancient history, doing the internet equivalent of rummaging through garbage cans to find things that were done and said years ago which can be used to defame and, they hope, silence me today. Their objective is nothing less than the wholesale destruction of my life and my career. That's what they're going for. That's the price they expect me to pay for opposing them effectively. They hope to force me to submit and apologize, at which point, of course, as it goes, they'll shoo me away with my tail between my legs, out of public view, out of the arena, off into obscurity. This is my punishment, the life sentence they expect me to serve for trying to stop them from abusing.
You're being so picked on, Matt. You're being so picked on. Let me tell you.
And butchering children. And it's not just me they're after. They want to send a message to everybody else. They want to send a message to you that if you stand up against them, this is what happens. They want to make me into another head on a spike, one of many. They put out on the edge of town a warning to anyone else who might think about disobeying their rules. So here's my official answer, for the record. Kiss my ass.
Like Jordan Peterson before him.
Ooh, you're so tough. I'm gonna pee again. Ooh, this man makes me want to pee! How much money has he made through this hate? A lot, Lee. A lot. He has made a lot of money through this. I just like, I brought my new root beer glass in here, and I just lopped like a bunch of root beer on my carpet. I just spilled root beer on my carpet. What the damn it, I need to get my carpet cleaned. I'm ready for that. I think I'm ready to I really want to just save up for like a professional carpet cleaning and like a deep clean. Something that I don't have to do. Cassidy. You know, I just wanted the ant to have a drink. You know, he's down with some potato chips. I thought he wants some root beer. Cassidy, that was smooth. That was like quick. That was like, bam. And the ant. He just, Adam Ant needed a drink. He needed a little beverage with his potato chips. What the fuck did I do with... Oh, God. Every time I go in the other room, I, like, leave something there. My God. I did get more chips, though. They're just like Pringles. You know, there's a little bit of Pringles here. Pringles. Elise says, the white replacement theory, BS, makes no sense, as they're living on a continent that was populated with indigenous Native Americans thousands of years before white population never set foot here. That, and might we all remind ourselves that the entire, like, human fucking population originated from Africa. White Anglo-Saxon is something that's way too ingratiated as something that should be the norm, when it should be something that's just simply a part of everything else. It's made as the default when really it should just be something as part of everything else.
Walsh is using the cancel culture narratives to avoid any accountability for his actions, stating that it's a witch hunt and selling to his audience a line of BS that he's just standing up to the woke, scold, leftist, communist, Marxist trying to silence him instead of what we actually are. People trying to hold him accountable for his racism, sexism, transphobia, as well as his recent attacks on children's hospitals that's led to several bomb threats and unending harassment of people that work there.
All so that he can look like the victim in his audience's eyes, so that he can sell them more merchandise and build up his brand. All while continuing to work to make this white supremacy more mainstream and seemingly just another concept in the marketplace of ideas.
All of this, everything that I've just discussed that Matt Walsh has been saying for decades at this point, are the same exact tactics that he's used throughout What is a Woman? The transphobia that Matt Walsh espouses is not new. It's the same fascism that he's always used, just now hiding behind his newest scapegoat, trans people. It's just in a brand new package, but it's the same exact thing. In order to hide it better, as trans people are easy to lie about because we're not often understood by mainstream culture at this point.
So I've made this added segment to this video to make it very, very clear to you, to make the tie between these ideas very explicit. None of what I have shared here about What is a Woman should shock anyone who's paid attention to Matt Walsh for any of the past few years. He's always been a fascist, and his racism, sexism, homophobia, and violent authoritarian tendencies are not disconnected to his discourse on trans people, but a product of it and inherently tied to it, as well as transphobia itself just being a byproduct of colonialist and white supremacist views. It's all about controlling the bodies of those who are not white, cisgender, Catholic, white men. Alright, well,
wasn't that, fun? Yeah, we'll go with fun, I guess. That's been my segment, Keeping Up with the Walshes. Might as well have called it Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Get it? Because Kardashians and Star Trek are fascists? Look, I'm doing these really insular Trek jokes for the two of you who get it at this point, so
I am one of those two.
Anyways, with all that said, back to your regularly scheduled video, where we were about to discuss how Walsh's fascism is not only clear in his transphobia, but how that fascism is itself boosted by infighting between minorities that Walsh himself, as well as all fascists, stoke and steal from in order to uphold themselves at the top. But what I find particularly interesting in all of this is to notice that in order to do this, Matt gives the answer to the question of what is a woman as adult human female. Because it's the exact wording that has become the galvanizing phrase used by the gender-critical, aka trans-exclusionary radical feminist, or TERF, movement in the UK. TERFs and gender criticals love adult human female so much that they have it in neon signs and t-shirts with the term. And it's important to notice this because much of what Matt used in his documentary to attack trans people was stolen directly from TERF rhetoric. I mean, if you look at the contents and structure of Matt's book version of What is a Woman, again, available now for $28.99, you see it quite literally follows the exact same format and structure of books like Abigail Shrier's Irreversible Damage, or Helen Joyce's Trans. I think she could have come up with a cleverer name than that. Now, I've spoken about these little books at length in other videos, but Matt Walsh, like quite literally his citations of things like the detransitioner danger or the social contagion of Hollywood creating trans people, all are exactly the same citations from these books. Oh, I'm sorry, that's our timer going off. That means our little bundle of joy here is nearly finished. Now what we need to do is just take a little bit of ingredients of our little turfiness here and shove that in there because it's all very important that they get a little bit of that. Not too much. We don't want too much of this in there, but we do want some. Yeah, let's just stick a little bit of this in there. Yeah, get in there. Yeah, that's good. Then we need to make sure that we had in some vanilla because, well,
we need vanilla. I just realized what vanilla meant.
I like to have the chocolate just off to the side so we can watch and know where it should be. Then we just take the vanilla and we just stick that in there. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Oh, delicious. So delicious. Pure vanilla extract. Back to Matt, though. Despite stealing directly from TERF so much that I think they should consider a plagiarism suit, many TERFs seemed confused by Matt's film. Some even seemed angry, wondering why a movie about women using feminist rhetoric that they created was used by a man who upholds
Hello, Emmett. Thank you for coming.
Judeo-Christian gender roles and values.
I saw the film's premiere, and the pre-show was the worst. A group of men sitting around in leather chairs, smoking cigars and sipping whiskey, going on about the Bible and Judeo-Christian values. I wanted to scream, why isn't there an actual woman sitting there? Matt Walsh is not an ally to women. You can tell that the bulk of his desire to define what a woman is mostly to keep his own oppressive definition of one firmly in place.
Yet, despite coming so close to understanding, many TERFs have taken to signal boosting the film instead, saying that he must be onto something, yet still seem confused by his conclusions, given that he's drawing from the same pool of shitty rhetoric as they are.
I gave in and watched Matt's film just on the off chance that I'd missed something. There was a little in What is a Woman that I didn't already know from the work of feminists themselves, but that's no reason to discount it. What's wrong with alerting the normies to the excesses of trans activism, too? One of the great things about Walsh's film is that he shows, first, that harmful things are indeed taking place, and second, that there is no hidden meaning behind them. So why, overall, did the film leave a bad taste? Am I just an ugly and bitter feminist, peeved that a man has come along and claimed a number of feminist observations of his own? Am I a purist, unwilling to accept any support from anyone whose views don't align precisely with mine? I don't think so. In the end, I am just so fed up with the machismo. Last year, I spoke to one of the founders of Woman's Place UK, who told me that sex-based rights will ultimately be defended best by those in it for the victory, not the glory. The people, mainly women, often lesbians and women of color, who do the dull behind-the-scenes work of compiling data and challenging unfair practices one by one. The people who aren't seeking to reimpose other equally oppressive beliefs about sex and gender. It may be that What is a Woman helps by showing some still on the fence that the problem is real. Others it may push in the other direction. Either way, women themselves won't be thanked for their own hard work and significant risks.
No. It's really funny the hoops that TERFs have gone through to say, well, Matt gets so much right, but I'm uncomfortable how he took all of that and just used it to justify women as secondary.
Right.
It's kind of because they won't admit that's the point of their rhetoric too. TERFs like to argue that they're fighting for women's rights. You know, women that don't include trans people. And that they're trying to stop trans people.
Lee brings up a good point about women of color that are on the front line of this shit. Because I can't stress enough how women of color are also treated as sub-women to white women. I don't think I could put it any other way.
People invading women's spaces. But all they end up doing with all of this is reinforcing these gender roles and expectations that Matt himself is building up. While I've gone really deep into all of that in other videos on TERF rhetoric, we can see a very easy and simple example of how this happens when TERFs say that they can tell a trans woman from a real woman by our broad shoulders or our square jaws. Yet they'll somehow say that a cisgender woman is actually a trans woman based on those exact features. It's honestly one of the best trolling things I've seen people do on Twitter. Post a picture of a cisgender woman like Sigourney Weaver, who they don't recognize, and see them say, "Oh, I can see the real man underneath there," believing that that person is actually trans. It showcases how many TERFs in their journey to try to exclude trans women will ultimately reinforce women as dainty and soft and subtle and needing soft features on their body. Again, reinforcing this idea that there is a natural and right way for a woman to be.
Even further, TERFs will also reinforce views of trans men as simply women who have been tricked.
Right, because going back on that women of color thing, ultimately, women is supposed to be reviewed in the white dainty way, the white women dainty way, and if women of color are seen as powerful, dominant, this, that, and the other, then it's like you're not really a woman, you're just like mannish, or you're just like you're just rowdy and just you're not complacent like a woman should be. It's like it's really nasty stuff. I hate it.
By the, quote, social contagion of transness, arguing that their goal should be to reclaim trans men to womanhood. You can see evidence of this in how books like Abigail Shrier's Irreversible Damage argue that young trans girls are, quote, being tricked into surgeries that ruin the sanctity of their bodies, their breasts, and their reproductive health, and how she discusses top surgery for trans men as mutilating them instead of it being the beautiful and life-saving surgery that it can be.
This is the story of the American family, decent, loving, hardworking, and kind. It wants to do the right thing, but it finds itself set in a society that increasingly regards parents as obstacles, bigots, and dupes. We cheer as teenage girls with no history of dysphoria steep themselves in a radical gender ideology taught in school or found on the internet. Peers and therapists and teachers and internet heroes egg these girls on. But here, the cost of so much youthful indiscretion is not a piercing or tattoo. It's closer to a pound of flesh.
You can also see this in how many TERFs decried Elliot Page coming out as a trans man was a loss for them, instead of celebrating Elliot finding himself for himself.
If he is truly trans, good for fucking him. There is still a huge issue at large. And that is, why are we losing all of our lesbians?
Or you can hear it in how LGBT Alliance founder Allison Bailey talks about young trans men's, quote, breasts who have never known a lover's caress.
I've had my titties squeezed plenty of times, thank you very much. And at this point, I can remove them, sew them up, and I can give them, you can squeeze them all you want, honey. Have it as a stress ball. Take it over there in the corner.
And around the world, girls are removing breasts that have never known a lover's caress.
Which underscores TERF's fetishistic way of expressing a sense of entitlement to...
That's so silly. That's literally silly. That's a silly argument. The only reason you haven't had the only reason you want your titties removed is because you haven't had your titties squeezed. Really? I haven't had my titties squeezed properly, and that's why I want to get rid of them. Really? Not for anything else? Not because they're literally 2 bags of fucking fat in front of my chest that weigh my fucking chest down, hurt my fucking upper back? Like, that's not a reason I want them removed? That they're fucking in my way? That I hate them? Like, ever since they fucking grown in? Like, no. I just haven't had somebody squeeze my fucking tits well enough. That's why I want them removed. I just don't know. And this is the fucking argument that makes me mad about trans men, trans masculine people, is that you just don't know. The beauty of being a woman, you just don't know. You just don't know. Silly little bean, you just don't know. You don't know anything about yourself. It's so condescending. Like, go fuck yourself. Sorry. Little rant.
Trans men's bodies and equating it to womanhood, as well as some form of magical energy that aligns with conservative views of mystical womanhood, equating to its sexualization for men's viewpoints. Or you can see it in how J.K. Rowling, in her Turf Wars essay, argued much the same about trans men.
The writings of young trans men reveal a group of notably sensitive and clever people. The more of their accounts of gender dysphoria I've read, with their insightful descriptions of anxiety, dissociation, eating disorders, self-harm, and self-hatred, the more I've wondered whether, if I had been born 30 years later, I too might have tried to transition. The allure of escaping womanhood would have been huge.
Eventually, though, given long enough, TERFs will view trans men.
I'm not trans because I'm trying to escape womanhood. I'm trans because I'm not a fucking woman.
And as gender traitors, as they do Elliot Page. They also view trans women as villains, highlighting us as simply men who are gross and disgustingly trying to hide their maleness under a mask of womanhood, while also rarely caring about young pre-transition trans women with the same fervor that they do young trans men. TERFs also ignore the existence of non-binary people, which, if they did acknowledge the existence of, would actually provide a way to a real sense of liberation and consciousness beyond patriarchal concerns, as it would acknowledge that we as people can exist beyond binary definitions of man and woman, even while we acknowledge that some of us can align with those binary...
Cassie's back. How did the date go? Do you want to say? You can say you don't want to say. You can say, I do not want to say how my date went. How did your date go? How did the date go? It was good! It was good! The date was good! The date was good. Let's do roses. Let's do roses in the chat for Cassie. For the date going good. It's romantic. It went good. The date went good. The date went good. Flowers in the chat. Flowers in the chat. Yay. Roses. Roses in the chat. Wouldn't call it romantic, but still good. Okay, it's still good. It's still okay. Flowers, it's still good. Flowers for Cassie. It's still good. A good date is good. Better than a bad. At least you didn't come here and you're like, fuck it. This is terrible. That's good, though. Good for you, honey. All right, well, welcome back. Chillax. Kick off your, your heels and your skirt and relax with Matt Walsh. If you can, relax with Matt Walsh. We are actually soon at the end of this.
Gender roles. This view of only 2 categories of men and women, and men as oppressors, which they include trans women in, and women as oppressed, which they include trans men in, ultimately feeds this fascistic rhetoric that places men on top. Ultimately, TERFs are creating a false consciousness that reinforces this patriarchal dichotomy, not resisting it.
And Matt and other right-wingers know this. TERF ideology is a breeding ground for rhetoric that men like Matt can come in to steal the most valuable bits of, repurpose it for themselves, and use to reinforce his status quo. I've spoken about in this video how TERF rhetoric ultimately supports fascism, but Matt's work makes it so clear. The goal of those in power like Matt is to pit marginalized groups like TERFs, who are cisgender women who are a marginalized group, and trans women. And Matt's done this pitting marginalized groups against each other his entire film. He's used TERFs, pick-me trans people, and people of color to target trans people, creating and stoking and ultimately weaponizing marginalized infighting to place himself and other men at the top. And this is what I want you to take away from this video. If you take away nothing else from this entirely overly long film, take away this. The act of trying to define what a woman is, to nail it down in a simple way, is always an act of intentional exclusion and dehumanization. To try to find a way to exclude someone from the definition of a woman is inherently an effort to try to find a way to see them as less than. We saw this back in the 1920s when white supremacists like George Francis Train funded white suffragette movements, because he knew that he could turn that framing into white women versus black women. Many white suffragettes would argue that black women were keeping white women from being able to get to vote. Instead of fighting the system alongside black women who were their allies, white suffragettes were wielded by the system to push down black people. And they did this by actively denying black womanhood. Their answer to the question, what is a woman at the time, didn't include black people, leading people like to say, ain't I a woman? Hell, we could go...
Whoa. I gotta back that up.
But it finds itself set in a society that increasingly regards parents as obstacles, bigots, and dupes. We cheer as teenage girls with no history of dysphoria steep themselves in a radical gender ideology taught in school or found on the internet. Peers and therapists and teachers and internet heroes egg these girls on. But here, the cost of so much youthful indiscretion is not a piercing or tattoo, it's closer to a pound of flesh.
You can also see this in how many TERFs decried Elliot Page coming out as a trans man was a loss for them, instead of celebrating Elliot finding himself for himself.
If he is truly trans, good for fucking him. There is still a huge issue at large. And that is, why are we losing all of our lesbians?
Or you can hear it in how LGBT Alliance founder Allison Bailey talks about young trans men's, quote, breasts who have never known a lover's caress.
Up and down the country and around the world, girls are removing breasts that have never known a lover's caress.
Which underscores TERF's fetishistic way of expressing a sense of entitlement to trans men's bodies and equating it to womanhood, as well as some form of...
If the concept of, like, women are only removing their breasts because they don't know a lover's caress, then it ultimately supports the idea that women are of no value until a man gives them such. So, of course, you don't think anything of your boobs unless a man touches them and tells you they're wonderful. Then you'll know. Then you'll understand. What a weird fucking logic.
Magical energy that aligns with conservative views of mystical womanhood, equating to its sexualization for men's viewpoints. Or you can see it in how J.K. Rowling, in her TERF Wars essay, argued much the same about trans men.
The writings of young trans men reveal a group of notably sensitive and clever people. The more of their accounts of gender dysphoria I've read, with their insightful descriptions of anxiety, dissociation, eating disorders, self-harm, and self-hatred, the more I've wondered whether, if I had been born 30 years later, I too might have tried to transition. The allure of escaping womanhood would have been huge.
Eventually, though, given long enough, TERFs will view trans men as gender traitors, as they do Elliot Page. They also view trans women as villains, highlighting us as simply men who are gross and disgustingly trying to hide their maleness under a mask of womanhood, while also rarely caring about young pre-transition trans women with the same fervor that they do young trans men. TERFs also ignore the existence of non-binary people, which, if they did acknowledge the existence of, would actually provide a way...
If any of you don't know what a TERF is, it's a trans exclusionary feminist.
...to a real sense of liberation and consciousness beyond patriarchal concerns, as it would acknowledge...
Trans exclusionary radical feminist.
that we as people can exist beyond binary definitions of man and woman, even while we acknowledge that some of us can align with those binary gender roles. This view of only two categories of men and men as oppressors, which they include trans women in, and women as oppressed, which they include trans men in, ultimately feeds this fascistic rhetoric that places men on top. Ultimately, TERFs are creating a false consciousness that reinforces this patriarchal dichotomy, not resisting it.
And Matt and other right-wingers know this. TERF ideology is a breeding ground for rhetoric that men like Matt can come into
not the cool 80s way.
Repurpose it for themselves, and use to reinforce his status quo. I've spoken about in this video how TERF rhetoric ultimately supports fascism, but Matt's work makes it so clear. The goal of those in power like Matt is to pit marginalized groups against each other, like TERFs who are cisgender women who are a marginalized group, and trans women. And Matt's done this pitting marginalized groups against each other his entire film. He's used TERFs, pick-me trans people, and people of color to target trans people, creating and stoking and ultimately weaponizing marginalized infighting to place himself and other men at the top. And this is what I want you to take away from this video. If you take away nothing else from this entirely overly long film, take away this. The act of trying to define what a woman is, to nail it down in a simple way, is always an act of intentional exclusion and dehumanization. To try to find a way to exclude someone from the definition of a woman is inherently an effort to try to find a way to see them as less than. We saw this back in the 1920s when white supremacists like George Francis Train funded white suffragette movements, because he knew that he could turn that framing into white women versus black women. Many white suffragettes would argue that black women were keeping white women from being able to get to vote. Instead of fighting the system alongside black women who were their allies, white suffragettes were wielded by the system to push down black people. And they did this by actively denying black womanhood. Their answer to the question, what is a woman at the time, didn't include black people, leading people like Sir Jonah Truth to say, ain't I a woman? Hell, we could go back even further. As author Maria Lagunes points out, our very idea of womanhood today in Western culture stems from colonialization's attempts to downplay black folks and specifically black women's humanity compared to the fragile, passive white woman. Many European writers during early colonialization periods compared black women, who were seen as perverse and aggressive, to white women.
Historically, the characterization of white European women as fragile and sexually passive opposed them to non-white colonized women, including female slaves, who were characterized along a gamut of sexual aggression and perversion, and as strong enough to do any sort of labor. For example, slave women performing backbreaking work in the U.S. South were not considered fragile or weak.
And we still see this denial of the womanhood of black women today, both on its own and building off of transphobia, as my discussion of Castor Semenya earlier in the video illustrates. So that makes Matt's earlier Africa segment even more offensive in that context. The goal of trying to simply define what a woman is to pit marginalized groups against each other, with today's trans people being the current targets of ire, in order to keep us all down. For example, TERFs have been willing to work with right-wing groups that oppress women's rights. And they, such as TERF group the Women's Liberation Front, even openly admit that they know that they are working with people who do so.
Wolf's unique focus as an organization is on gender identity policies and legislation. Given this focus, our resources, and the current climate on the American political left, we have found working with conservative organizations or individuals to often be an effective tactic towards advancing our policy goals for women. We reject the notion that we should be ashamed of and refuse support from people on critical issues just because they are our opponents in other areas.
TERFs have also worked with right-wing militia groups like the Proud Boys to attack transgender people at protests, which is hilarious considering the Proud Boys themselves are all based around the idea of returning to traditionalist gendered roles. Annie Nago, another right-wing disinformation spreader with ties to the Proud Boys, even came to an LGB Alliance conference. TERFs also worked with right-wing group the Heritage Foundation's lawyers in the Bell v. Tavistock case in the United Kingdom in order to try to remove trans-affirming care for children, something they succeeded in doing temporarily. Because we want our young baby here to grow out to be a real strong man, we're gonna add in some protein. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, even more. Look at all that protein. He's gonna be a real proud boy, I know he is. And now, just to finish off, we're gonna throw in something a little bit cursed. Now that all it's done, it's time to throw this baby into the oven and see what we get. Hell, Queen TERF herself, J.K. Rowling, not only helped to vilify trans healthcare around the UK, both with her original Turf Wars article that she posted in 2020, as well as numerous tweets and actions following it that other folks and I have covered on this channel. To make the connection even clearer between TERFs and Matt Walsh's film, Rowling even recently tweeted support for the movie. And yet, TERFs always seem to act surprised when these same allies turn and use their rhetoric against them. The idea of the social role of womanhood, of femininity, is an attempt to separate and place one as less than. Womanhood is the original sin, the mistake, the problem, and inherently inferior. The idea that men and women are eternally against each other instead of just one of the same various ways that human beings are always different from each other but are still all human. We are all different and yet equal, yet we're told to fight each other and dehumanize. That's all that this documentary, and being frank, all of the vilification of transgender people, women, black people, and other people of color in our media today is doing. And I can see this quite clearly. After my first video I did on What is a Woman, I had so many people coming into my comments and yelling at me and being angry at me and ultimately just insulting at me. Most just dehumanized me. And to be fair, I knew that they would. Because that's the way Matt Walsh and right-wing media have trained them all to view trans people as something to be looked at with scorn, derision, hate, fear, anger, and vitriol. All of Matt Walsh Stan's commenters ultimately proved the point that this video was going to make better than I ever could. And Walsh knows that this stoking of anti-trans prejudice works too. There's a reason that What is a Woman had a media ad blitz. The Daily Wire put ads everywhere from Facebook to TikTok to YouTube. For just one ad run on Facebook, Walsh spent an estimated $200,000 to promote the movie.
$200,000 to promote this shitty documentary about Matt Walsh's fucking fantasies. I can't even fucking believe that. So much money has been put into this production, and so much money has been made by Matt Walsh's nonsense. It's fucking despicable. This man is a lunatic.
He did so because he knows that he will make a return on his investment. And this was all money, by the way, that groups like YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok and other corporations were happy to take and pocket because it's no concern to them what they promote, whether it be fascistic propaganda against a marginalized group, as long as they get to keep the money. And Matt Walsh takes advantage of that. Men like Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson, Trump, and others want to be at the top and are willing to make us all fight and spend enough money to make sure that they can do so as they sit atop their mountain of wealth. Because make no mistake, this was all about money and power. All of the ad blitz around this movie was to get you to subscribe to the Daily Wire Plus, the only place to watch the film. And he also tried to get you to buy his book. And if you want the real story, get my children's book in order to own the libs. And buy this fucking pronoun apron that he sells on his site, because why the fuck not? Seriously, is anyone using that apron? I want to know if anyone's like legit. You know Matt Walsh wants to fuck his wife in it. You know he does. Matt is using controversy generated by targeting trans people with the film What is a Woman to play to conservatives who already view trans people as icky and gross to try to get attention to his streaming service, which will generate more money and allow him to keep his audience within his echo chamber, creating nicher and nicher markets fueled on anger, fear-mongering, bigotry, and hate. All while he gains profit and more attention and power. Welcome to capitalism decaying into fascism, my friends. Let's see what we made. Oh my god, it's so beautiful and precious. Look, it's our little baby. Isn't it so adorable? Look at it, just filled with protein, anger, and hatred. Available now for only $28.99. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel for more Cooking with Fashions. Cooking with Fashions. Cooking with Fashions. Cooking with Fashions. Fascist. Seems like a strong word that I've been using this entire film, but it applies to Matt Walsh well, even so much so that he agrees in his Twitter bio. But, as I said at the top of this video, I shouldn't be...
Matt Walsh, to this day, says that he's a proud, theocratical fascist. Just keep that in mind. Theocratical meaning pretty much religion. He's a religious fascist, and he's proud of it.
Calling people names, it dilutes my point, as all those people in my comment section of the first video said.
So instead of answering his fucking simple question, you started attacking him. That tells a lot about your IQ.
This is literally the lamest attempt at countering the points that were brought up in What is a Woman? This fool makes fun of multiple men, calling them Hugh Jackman or Wolverine impersonators simply because they have facial hair.
Way to stoop to childishly making fun of others as a way to try and prove them wrong.
I've seen 8 minutes in, and never has this person said anything to debunk Matt Walsh, only have they took him out of context and made jokes. Can someone rip off this thing's fake beard? It is way too distracting.
And I'll agree. There was a part of me that was conflicted about the first video because I do insult Matt Walsh in the first few seconds of it. The Daily Wire released What is a Woman? A documentary where one of its hosts, right-wing provocateur in X-Men's Origins Wolverine cosplayer Matt Walsh, and presumably to make this face that looks like he's trying to use the bathroom in every other shot.
I mean, that's funny. That's fucking funny.
I mean, that video was pretty mask off in terms of my feeling about Matt Walsh. But ultimately, people who watched it, who already agreed with me on that, would like the video, but would it put people off who didn't? And would it convince anyone who was on the fence? I kind of know that it probably didn't really convince anybody who didn't already agree with me. But that was part of the point of the video. The whole argument of my first video on What is a Woman was that Matt's film wasn't for anyone outside of his audience either. And the goal of this video, though, was to speak to people who don't already agree with me. But at the end of the day, the fact is, Matt Walsh is a fascist. He's someone trying to uphold authoritarian, individualistic power that separates people from each other. A system that he will ultimately benefit from by stoking. So when I say Matt Walsh is a fascist, it's not meant as an insult. It's a fact. Me needlessly insulting him would be to point out how unappealing his beard is compared to mine. Look, what can I say? Trans women just do stuff better.
So Lee says, we get the same kind of people in Morg's lives that say, spending all this time saying nothing, etc., so forth. Can you imagine watching this kind of information and getting nothing from it? You know, it's just, a lot of the trolls we get just don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like what we have to say. They don't like me. They don't like Morg. They just don't like it. But they can't actually come out and say that. They can't actually address their shadow and say, I don't like this. They have to do everything they can and go out of their fucking way to justify that what we're saying is bullshit. We're not fucking perfect. We also don't go out of our way to say fucking bullshit like Matt Walsh does.
Even beards. But also, as I said, insulting Matt was part of the point of that video. I mean, first off, it was a chance for me to get out sarcastic Jessie out for a bit. She honestly doesn't get much chance to play, which is probably why my sarcastic jokes got as hard as, like, ooh, Matt Walsh's beard is bad and he looks like Logan from X-Men. Like, real hard-hitting stuff I was going at Matt with there. Like, oh, it was so detrimental to his image. Yet people love to say that I was attacking Matt and belittling him. Like, y'all are out here telling me and other trans people that we're crybabies for calmly talking about how Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais are saying literal, dehumanizing, transphobic hate speech that just happens to be on a comedy stage?
No, I love the new women. I know the new women. They're great, aren't they? You know, the new ones we've been seeing lately. The ones with beards and cocks. They're as good as gold. I love them.
And then you get all upset and angry when I make bad X-Men jokes about a dude who I'm literally pointing out who is actively lying to you and is a fascist. But double standards aside, beyond the insults, as I said in that video, Matt's film wasn't made to convince anyone. Nor is saying that I must be respectable in order to argue against these people an acceptable argument anymore. Well, I do get the need to be oh so rational and not always insult people all the time in order to get points across. It's also at the same time anger-inducing that I have to take a man calling for harm against my community with a smile, or else be condemned or insulted for it. If your support and care for a group of people is...
This is what I don't get. I don't get that, like, for example, me as a non-binary trans person, it is my duty to be the calm, collective explainer of things. It is my duty to be calm, collected, understanding, and coddling of people that don't understand who I am and what I'm about. I am very, very patient with people who are willing to learn. I'm very patient with people who are willing to learn and they're like, I just don't know. What I don't appreciate is people who have already decided that they think I'm full of crap and they want me to try to convince them otherwise. And they want me to say the magic thing that will change their minds. I just don't care if you're in that space. If you're in that space where you've already decided I'm full of shit, you've already decided that I'm just a silly woman who doesn't know what they are talking about. If I'm just a silly woman and I just haven't had my tits squeezed enough, or I just haven't had a child yet. I haven't had a child yet, one, and I haven't had my tits squeezed enough, so therefore I'm confused. Okay? Like, if you're already in that headspace, I'm not gonna waste my time explaining shit to you. I'm not. If you're somebody who has a genuine question that we've had in this chat by, who was it, Kat? Who's like, hey, like, what's this thing? Like, I'm gonna fucking love explaining it to you. I love, I'm fine. I'm an open book. Look, but if you already have the mindset that you think I'm full of shit, I'm not gonna waste my time with you. You know why? Because you're not important. Because what you think doesn't matter. Because you're a small speck in the universe of something that's more bigger than you and more amazing than you. And your little petty beliefs.
Dependent on whether or not they are nice all the time in the face of abuse, lies, and attacks on our rights and bodies and calls for violence, then you didn't really care about human rights to begin with. And I hope that the rest of my content on this channel shows that I'm not an angry person, but Matt makes me angry. And not just because he points out the flaws in my gender ideology, but because he's a small man trying to kick those who he thinks don't have the power to fight back. But he's wrong. We are much stronger than he thinks. But he and his followers don't realize that. Because some will follow Walsh because they also want to be on top like him. Some will follow him because they just want an excuse to dehumanize others, as Matt gives them reason to do. See these disgusting comments about me from my first video's comment section as an example of people like that.
You're a man, you moron.
Only in westernized countries can a mentally ill person like Jessie Gender exist, make videos and live life almost on the same level as a sane person.
Oh my god, you people are so weird. You look so weird. How do people look at you and serious think it's like beautiful? I don't understand. This like a joke, or do people do you have to lie, right? People have to lie. Have to be lying. There's no way they actually see thy dude that looks like one of my classmates dress up like a woman and think he's beautiful, or it'll think it looks good. It looks so weird. All I've gotten is AI feel. There's feelings. Feelings are biological. Like that somehow doesn't mean sex is not biological and female and male can be interchangeable.
Matt Walsh is the greatest person to ever walk this earth. And God, you're an ugly man.
You people have mental problems and are causing children, thanks to Groom, to start developing the same mental illness and then blame normal people for their suicides.
What the fuck am I looking at? Who is this confused asshole with a fake beard who is confused what they are? Sick.
You're not a woman. You're a guy pretending to be a woman. Actual women, such as my wife, are disgusted by you. She's an actual woman. She's disgusted because you feel you can just appropriate womanhood and wear it like a mask.
What kind of Twilight Zone hellspace did I click into? A guy who thinks he's a woman but is dressed up as a man.
You're not a woman. You're a freak. Also, phobia implies fear. No one fears you unless they have a phobia towards clowns.
An hour of a man who thinks he's a woman acting like a little bitch. No surprises here.
Sounds like a man. What a monster.
Was not expecting this thing on my screen after clicking on the thumbnail.
Get that animal off my screen.
Keep trying for that look. You got way more surgery to go.
41% and save everyone around you the pain of having to look at you every day.
Troons get the rope. There's no way to do a comedy version of that.
Some people just want to be cruel and pretend that they're not so. And some will earnestly buy into his rhetoric because it's all...
Did you notice the guy at the end who works with Jessie Gender who reads these comments? He literally made a comment at the end. There's no way to do like a joke voice about that. There's no way to do that like comically. Like these people are just saying things so horrendous that it just You can't even say it in a joking way. You can't even say it in an ironic or sarcastic way.
All they've been exposed to, and they aren't given the tools to realize how much of his nonsense is surface, shallow-level bullshit. These are the people that have an image of a trans person assigned to them by the right wing. It's the only idea of a trans person they will ever have. Something I saw reflected in how so many of the comments in my first video were stating as facts ideas about trans people like, we believe that we're the same as cis women, or that we don't understand biology. And when I, a trans woman, stated to them that I don't believe that, nor do any other trans people, they will always say, well, actually, real and more trans people do. As if they know what the trans community says better than a trans person who lives, talks to, and hangs with trans people all day does. But they just accept all the rhetoric that Matt Walsh gives them in films like this and on his show. And because of all of that, they've been taught to distrust me because of who I am inherently, and trust Matt implicitly because he's the big strong man who they've been told to always listen to. All the rational thought, good arguments, and just straight basic facts that I put into this video won't be enough to convince any of these people, because authoritarians often ignore contradictions and double standards, like to lean into these us versus them framings, and love simple binaries, like man and woman. Man versus woman. So all of that was why my first video was mean to Matt Walsh, because it wouldn't matter to the ones who it was never going to matter to. Even if I had been as nice and kind and sweet and just oh so adorable as I could have been in that first video, they wouldn't have heard it. This video I hope does a better job convincing some of you. I really, really hope it does. I really, really want that. But some will never be convinced no matter what I do. All of this was so that Matt Walsh could line his pockets. The pockets of his Dom Ben Shapiro, those of corporations, politicians, and more. All so that they can lord over everyone as we all fight in a Hunger Games-style battle beneath them, with trans people, they hope, being the first bodies on the pile. But ultimately, they don't care who is in that pile, as long as they and Matt Walsh get to be king of their tiny little hill. So, you know what? I lied. I do have a definition for what a woman is. The only simple, all-encompassing definition that one could possibly give. I'll keep this ending short and sweet because this video is already too long. What is a Woman is a film that aims to scaremonger to Matt Walsh's audience about trans people, while deliberately reinforcing Christian orthodoxy beliefs, traditionalist gender roles, capital C conservative narratives made only to divide us instead of bringing us together, and a willful ignorance of how we actually should discuss the complex intersections between biology, social norms, and expectations, and the harm caused by all of it. The film is a call for violence, and these fascists, like Matt Walsh, are calling for our death. But it's not just about trans people. We're just the current convenient target in the crosshairs. Such crosshairs are most misunderstood because of how much of our existence and understanding have been muddied by centuries of colonialization, racism, and capitalistic rhetoric reinforcing gender roles as natural and normal. But these attacks on trans people are just attacks on all of us being marginalized. These same tactics, from the groomer narrative being wielded against gay folks, to black folks being seen as angry and aggressive and hostile, to cisgender white women being seen as weak or mentally ill and hysterical, have all been mixed and matched before throughout history and are still being used again, currently, against trans people. It's the age-old tactics of misinform, deny, education about, separate, pit against each other, and then sit on top of all of it with your ill-made fortune. You'd think a man who is so seemingly obsessed with the truth that he has to say it every 10 seconds would be better able to get to the truth. I guess he says it so much because he forgot what the word actually means. The truth is, we are all stronger together. Let me be clear. If you're someone from Matt Walsh's audience, or a Daily Wire fan, or someone who has voted Republican since you could vote because you truly believe these people are actually trying to help you, and you're watching this and you got this far, I want you to know earnestly and honestly, I don't hate you. My goal with this video wasn't to come at you as a Walsh viewer or a Republican or conservative. We can be allies. While there are some jokes and skits in this video that I'm sure may have pissed off some of you, know that that wasn't the intention. The intention, truly, was to try to make this horrible topic at least somewhat tolerable for me to make. to entertain and also comfort the rest of my audience out there who suffer because of all of what we've been talking about, and honestly could use a little bit of a laugh at the expense of a man who causes us pain. But that's not why I wrote this, or those jokes, or the skits, or this entire video. I didn't make this to go after Matt Walsh. I wrote this for those people suffering who need to hear this message, but also because I sincerely want you to know that I'm not the scary trans trying to hurt your kids or destroy you. I'm a stupid fucking dork who spends way too much time ranting about Star Trek. That's who I actually am. A person who doesn't relish making videos like this. God, I'd rather be doing anything but this. But when a person attacks and misinforms about your community, my community, in order to sick others against you for his own power and money, and I can maybe do what I can to push back against it, I feel obligated to. And I hate it. I hate it so much. This isn't how I want to use my time or energy. It's not what I hope to make and put out into this world. I want to spread kindness, caring, community, and joy. And I would make the bet that a lot of you do too. Matt Walsh is lying to you and grifting you so he can line his pocketbook, as are many in his same sphere. You should be just as angry about that as I am, that he manipulates your fear to make you his weapon for his own gain while being able to make himself feel clean and sleep at night. He shouldn't. Those nightmares that he jokes about in the film should be real ghosts of the time that he has wasted, the anger he has stoked, and the real lives he has cost. He should be haunted by all of us. I know what I just said won't reach many of you. That many of you are here, and probably didn't even get this far into the video, to just come after a trans person who made a video about someone that you like because you believe the lies that you've been told. And that I will receive harassment in my DMs, my comments, and other places like I did for my first video on Matt Walsh. That I'll be dehumanized and insulted. I'm not ignorant of that fact, nor, in the end, will it upset me all that much. At least not in the way that you intend. It will only sadden me because I know I'll be fighting people angry at the wrong person. And saddened because I see so much of what we could be. The future we could and can still have together. But, ignoring those people, to the rest of you who do give me a chance, we shouldn't be fighting each other. None of us should be fighting each other.
No.
But we should all be working on trying to stop those like Matt Walsh who seek only to take for themselves, to create a narrative for a society that allows nothing for anyone but themselves. To create a society like I have tattooed on my wrists, infinite diversity and infinite combinations that respects that ideal, taking delight in the differences and equality of others. To take joy in that. But sadly, while this is the message I wish and hope reaches some of you, I want to be clear that I know I won't reach many of you. In fact, there's a good chance that Matt himself, which, by the way, hi Matt, might see this video and deliberately mischaracterize it, insult me, attack me, and wield disgust at my looks. And then he'll send his viewers to harass and attack like he did before with my tweet. And if it's not me directly, it will be another trans person, or trans people as a whole. Because this documentary and Matt Walsh's words are not targeted at one of us, but all trans people. But not even just trans people, but anyone who isn't seen as worthy. And they will attack. But I, and I suspect many of you, are strong enough to take it and push back against it. Because in the end, I now wish to speak finally to those who do wish to turn away from Matt Walsh's truth to hear real truth. But more importantly, I wish to speak to those who Matt and others like him continually target, of which trans people are but one group. I speak to those scared and afraid right now. And I tell you my truth, that I too am scared and afraid. But I'm also inspired. Inspired by all of you out there who are much stronger and more beautiful than you know, because people like Matt have been telling you that you aren't your whole life. You are stronger than you think you are. That's because the answer to Matt Walsh's question, what is a woman, isn't adult human female. The answer to what is a woman is really those of us, anyone, anywhere, of any identity, who won't stand for Matt Walsh's and other fascists' bullshit anymore, and who will answer it with solidarity and community, kindness and love, and an unrelenting willingness to push back, fueled by our unending belief in the beauty of us all, each of us, and the future we can and will create together.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I can't begin to tell you how much it's worth it to watch this whole thing and to reach the conclusion. It is. I'm kind of getting teary-eyed too. I mean, it's such a beautiful conclusion.
Whew. That was a lot. I think we all need a breath after that. So yes, first off, to all of you out there, thank you so much for watching this video. I know that it was really difficult, especially towards the end there, considering the topics that we were touching upon. So thank you for sitting through all of this. I hope that it was as entertaining as I possibly could, make this subject as well as, more importantly, informative and helpful to all of you to help break down how a lot of these rhetorics and systems, specifically around transphobia, but a lot of the right-wing rhetorics that Matt Walsh and many others use, ultimately are there to uphold right-wing, white supremacist, and authoritarian systems. So, dark subject, and I really thank all of you for sticking through it, and I hope that it was at least entertaining, and if not entertaining, informative and helpful. That being said, this video that you're watching represents months of planning, writing, shooting, editing, and much more besides to get this out to you. And while I am extremely proud of this project, doing this video has taught me a few things about myself and about the work that I do that I think is going to affect the future of this channel. And so I want to talk to you briefly about all of that and what that means going forward for just the next few minutes, if you'll indulge me. That being said, the first thing I do want to call out, while I normally do most of the work on this channel all by myself, because this project was so big, I want
that
to
shirt
really
is
call
so
out
cute.
Needless, who was my official editor for this video. He was such a champ. He worked so hard. If you loved the editing and a lot of the creative stuff in this video, go check out Needless's channel because he is absolutely amazing as an editor. He also edits for people like FD Signifier as well, so just support him. He's fantastic and an absolutely lovely human being and actually contributed to some of the ideas on this video, even beyond just being an editor. So thank you, Needless. You are freaking amazing, and please go support him. I also wish to briefly call out all the other contributors to this video. The list of them should be down there, whether they appeared in the video visually or they did some fun comedic stuff or they contributed VO. Everyone who helped out, big or small, in this project, thank you so much, and script readers as well. So go check out all their channels. They're linked down below as well. So with those thanks out of the way, I do want to quick talk about some announcements for this channel, like I alluded to earlier, that this video kind of led me to in terms of what I'm thinking of doing going forward. The first thing I want to discuss is the fact that this video, like I said, was about really, really difficult topics. Fascism, authoritarianism, white supremacy, and specifically for me, transphobia that dehumanizes me as a person considering that I'm trans. On top of that, this was a project that I intended to get done literally over a month ago, but not only did it balloon in terms of the creativity behind it and what I wanted to do with it, but also, if you've been paying attention to the news with Matt Walsh lately, he keeps on doing terrible stuff, and I just wanted to make sure I included all of it because I thought it was all relevant to this narrative that I was sort of wanting to show to all of you around how his rhetorics all uphold this same sort of system. And also the fact that I just wanted to say everything about Matt Walsh, so I never had to talk about this man ever again in my life unless I'm absolutely forced to, which, dear God, I hope not. But that being said, doing that, having to be in that place, thinking about this stuff for so long and making it my, everyday project that I'm working on has not been great for my mental health. In fact, it has caused a lot of anxiety and panic attacks and
fair enough,
because you're
fighting this thing in your head where it's like, I am sitting in this stew of horrible stuff. I also want to make sure that I'm saying it correctly so that I don't get attacked and dehumanized and misunderstood. And then that sort of leads you to be like, am I arguing for my own humanity well enough? And that's a really kind of stressful place to constantly be in, to like wondering if you're sharing and pointing out how you're a human being well enough.
Can I just, like, hold on, pause. Am I arguing for my own validity and existence well enough? And I can't tell you how much I'm just sick of being in that position. Why should I constantly be in the position where I have to argue for my existence? When I tell you who I am, and then people respond back with, no, that's not you. You're just a silly woman. And then they just refer to me as she and her. It's transphobic. It totally is transphobic. Like, that's not who I am. I told you who I am. I shouldn't have to be constantly stuck in the situation where I have to explain otherwise. And if I wasn't living in a reality where I had to explain otherwise, I wouldn't have to explain it at all. So if anybody's to blame for me having to pipe up and say something, it's the society that's inherently transphobic.
Part of it. And then the other thing that sort of mixed with recently is, and I think this video it kind of showcases that, and it's what I'm proud of, is the fact that I am starting to realize that I want to do more and more creative things with this channel. My videos have become less and less just me sitting down talking to you at the camera, though I still enjoy doing that, and I still like doing that. But a lot of my videos that I've been really proud of lately and put a lot of my energy into and found like enthusiasm to want to do have been videos that have been really creative, out of the box, like the video where I talk to myself before and after surgery, or you know, my section in Star Trek: The Next Generation, like videos that I kind of went the extra mile. And I have projects that I am currently working on and have started already thinking about that I want to go even further with, both on this channel and in other areas too that I'm not ready to announce yet, though hopefully soon. And I'm really excited about that, and I think you should be too, because I think it means that cool things are happening on this channel, and I'm very pumped about it. But that being said, there's this feeling of burnout that's been building for me lately.
Fair enough.
Not just with that has been sort of exacerbated by the topics of these videos that I've been doing lately on this channel, like this Matt Walsh one. So this need to like want to do more, and then also the burnout that I've been feeling just by dealing with these topics has really been hard lately. And so what it's led me to realize is that I am going to need, number one, to take a little bit of a break after this video. Not for too terribly long, but a little bit longer than normal. Normally I do videos every 2 weeks.
Okay.
This will probably be a little bit longer, probably 3.
So, I mean, by this point, she's just, like, wrapping up what, you know, she's doing on an individual level. Like, okay, so look, I'm not going to go ahead and tell you that you should be a patron of Jessie Gender. I'm just saying that I'm a patron of hers, and I love her work. And I love what she does, and she's so intelligent, and just, like, beautiful, intelligent, and just, like, so kind. So I highly suggest, you know, at least subscribing. And on that note, you know, I was planning on getting into more topics today, but we're already kind of reaching like 5 hours of streaming. I think I want to just leave it on this note, because she's so beautifully wrapped up that whole point. And I don't, like, if, like, I would be fine with staying on another hour and, like, getting into the next subject, but this is so important. And like I said, if you want to catch the first part of this, we did it last Friday. And then if you want to catch up, we finished it the rest of this stream. So do that. I think this is really important. So I could definitely stay up like another hour and get into another topic, but I think I just want to leave it here because it's really important. It means a lot to me. I really like Jessie Gender. I'm not going to say you have to like be a patron of hers, but at least subscribe. I personally am a patron of hers, and like I love it. She's so brilliant. And yeah, if you want to get the whole thing of like our coverage of it, like go look at last Friday's stream and then finish up with this one. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, Susan just came back. And now I'm ending. Yes. Yeah. No, Susan, I'm sorry. No, I mean, at least you can go back and watch the replay. Like, go back and watch last stream and then, watch this one too. But it's like been a whole, like, we covered this whole 4 hour and 13 minutes. No, 4 hour and 19 minutes of Jessie Gender covering Matt Walsh and the concept of what is a woman. And what is a woman? What is a woman is anybody who socializes as a woman. What is a woman in the context of Matt Walsh? What is a woman is a dumbass documentary and book written by Matt Walsh in order to marginalize women or dehumanize women and dehumanize anybody else who doesn't meet his criteria. That is what is a woman. So yeah, I know. I had so many like other fucking like I wanted to get into Steven Crowder, but like I think I'm going to save that for next week. Cuz there might be more like developments on that. It's just Jessie Gender, this is such an important topic. I don't want to sour that. So yeah. Let's see. Let's turn on the music and say goodnight. Okay. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming tonight. Thank you so much for those who donated memberships, and thank you to those who received those memberships. We got Corvus, Elise. We have Exploring the Holos. We have Cassidy, and we have Kim Drew the Line that received memberships. Thank you so much for becoming members. Look at my sunburn line. This is so sad. I have like this little line of like where I had like my face covered today and where I have a sunburn. And oh my god, Elise, thank you so much for gifting or for super chatting. And then Susan, who gifted a membership. Who got it? Mistress Angelica? Oh, let me write that on before we get off. Where's my pen? Okay, I hope y'all can see that. I got all the names written down. The names I added was Susan and Angelica. Thank you so much. And again, if you all want to catch up with what we're going on, go check out when we started this last week. That was the first part. This is the second part. I promise it'll be good. And if you want to, go to Jessie Gender's direct page and watch this yourself because it's impeccable. And if you watch through all this, like you all have with me, and you don't realize how dangerous Matt Walsh is, I don't know what to tell you, because this puts it plain as day how messed up Matt Walsh is. Matt Walsh is a messed up guy with a weird beard. His beard is weird. Anyways, thank you so much for coming. Susan, thank you so much. Susan, Mark, and Cassie, thank you so much for being our moderators in the house. Susan, thank you for coming. Elise, thank you for coming. Lee, thank you for coming. Cassidy, a royal lurker, good night. Have a good weekend, everybody. Take some time to relax and do something fun, if you can. Try to have fun. At least you got the end, yeah. Have a little fun. Relax. And we will see you next week. And again, I will be updating the credits. I tried to do that today. Something went wrong. So for tonight, we have something kind of just neutral. We will have the credits for members and patrons next week. Fachita, thank you for coming. All right, everybody. I'm going to skedaddle. Skedaddle, skedaddle. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you soon.